Good evening. Welcome to the March 25th Board of Trustees Agenda Meeting. It is 6:06 p.m. Clerk Perlow, will you please confirm the presence of a quorum?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Ugrinsky?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Franco?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Here.
Thank you. And with that, we of course have Attorney Moran and Treasurer Gafka with us as well, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a robust agenda tonight, but we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have some announcements from the clerk tonight.
Yes, several, Mayor. Thank you. First of all, the official village website has been updated. It includes both voter and candidate information for the upcoming election. Hard copy packets for candidates are available in Village Hall in the clerk's office. The final assessment roll will be available on the 1st of April. The fiscal year 26-27 tentative budget public hearing is scheduled for 6 p.m. on April 8th. And the Tree Committee Arbor Day celebration will take place beginning at 5 p.m. on April 22nd.
Okay, thank you. Let's go into correspond. Let's do public safety and welfare first. All right, so we have Officer John from Suffolk County Police, come on up. Kevin Cooper, Supervisor, come on up. Does he have a microphone?
He's got it.
Hey, hello everyone. How you doing?
Good evening.
All right. Hey, Mayor. All right, we're going to do a little bit of a review of statistics for the time period of February 25th to March 25th, 2025, and compare that to 2026. So total calls for service, now this is just for the Port Jefferson Village area. Total calls for service during that period of time for the last time period was 294 compared to 296 for this time period. Aggravated harassments stayed at 0 for both time periods. Assaults went up from 0 to 3. Of those 3 assaults, we have 1 that's still under investigation and 2 that were cleared by arrest. Burglaries stayed at 0 for both time periods. Criminal mischiefs went up from 0 to 4. Out of those 4 criminal mischiefs, we have 3 that are under investigation and 1 that was cleared by arrest. Harassments went up from 0 to 7. Out of those 7 harassments, we have 6 where the individuals refused to press any criminal charges and 1 that was cleared by arrest. Larcenies, they went up from 2 to 4. All 4 of those larcenies are still under investigation. Menacings were 0 for both time periods. Robberies were 0 for both time periods. So we saw a total number of criminal incidents for the last time period was 13 compared to this one at 29. Our aided cases, which is our response, our calls for medical calls. We went from 64 to 74. In last time period, we had 0 overdoses. In this one, we had 1, which was not a fatal. We saw a total number of non-criminal incidents. We went from 281 down to 267. Motor vehicle accidents increased from 18 to 25. And our total number of arrests went up from 2 to 6 for this time period. Does anybody have any questions regarding any of that?
Thank you, Officer. I do.
Yeah.
Can you give us an update on what's going on with e-bikes?
Sure.
Thank you.
If I can put this here. The county's definitely looking at e-bikes, taking e-bikes very seriously. In the last week, we impounded 10 e-bikes, not from Port Jeff, but throughout the 6th precinct. So we're putting out social media posts, letting everybody know that this is what we're doing. We're looking for e-bikes. Suffolk County has a local law 319, which for e-bike riders, you cannot be riding an e-bike if you're 15 and under. Okay, e-bike or scooter, 15 and under. We will impound it if you are. Reckless operation of that e-bike will lead to an impound. Summonses as well. So this is what we've been doing the last week, and obviously we're working close with the village to go ahead and make sure that that's not going to happen down here.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then, do you have any kind of information on that metric that went from 13 to 29? Like, what's driving that?
That's total number of criminal incidents. So we saw an increase of 7 for harassments, so crimes that were committed in the village. So we had 7 there. We had 2 more larcenies in last period, so there's 9 right there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was quite the increase. There might be some other crimes that have occurred in the village that I don't have here on my list, but that was definitely an indication of what drove that up, was that petty larcenies.
Mm-hmm.
And what would be a criminal mischief? What would be an example?
Damage to property. In plain terms, damaging someone's property, criminal mischief.
Would riding an e-bike on the green of a golf course be considered that?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So e-bikes, you know what? I'll go over a couple of things with the e-bikes that I have the printout here. E-bikes, electric scooters, bicycles with electric assist. No person shall operate an electric scooter or bicycle with an electric assist upon a sidewalk within the county of Suffolk. So sidewalks are off limits for these motorized vehicles.
No matter how old you are.
Correct. That in general, these vehicles cannot be ridden on sidewalks in the county of Suffolk. No person shall operate an electric scooter or bicycle with electric assist upon any county roadway or local roadway with a posted speed limit of more than 30 miles per hour. Okay, so a lot of our bigger roads are going to be off limits. It's going to be more town roads with that 30-mile-an-hour speed limit that we should be able to see e-bikes and e-scooters on there. 15 and under, no good. Can't be riding it at all. Okay. Also, riding on a property that's not theirs, obviously, would be trespassing. And if they damage the green, that would be criminal mischief. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, just like we would charge any other individual riding an ATV, dirt bike, whatever they're doing. If they're riding on someone's lawn or a field at a school, they're damaging that property. It's criminal mischief.
So I'll ask this question. I know the answer to it, and we've asked it before, but I'll ask it again. Should people call code enforcement if they see these e-bikes violations, or should they call 911 directly?
Yeah, I think they should, based on what the e-bikes are doing. If they're operating in a reckless manner, even on the sidewalks, they're in violation. I would suggest calling 911. You could call the non-emergency line as well, 631-852-COPS. Say if you see them in a group somewhere, maybe not acting in a reckless manner or riding on the sidewalks, but to bring it to our attention.
We did hear a report that there was a minor who had a very horrific accident in Miller Place yesterday.
Yeah.
You want
To my understanding, he was not on an e-bike or an e-scooter. He was riding a regular bicycle, and it was just it was really an accident. A landscape trailer was pulling into a parking lot off of 25A and hit him. So it was purely an accident, and no electric vehicle was involved.
Okay.
Yeah.
That clarified my understanding, so thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have any questions? Hi.
Yes, go ahead and stand up, Karen.
Karen Sullivan, 66 Soundview Drive.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, Officer John. How are you?
Good.
I just have a question, because I also sit on the BID, the Business Improvement District for the village, and I wanted to know that actual law that you,
Yeah, that I'm reading from.
yeah,
Yeah.
is there a way that I can get a copy of that to show that to the BID board?
Well, yeah, you could go online and Google it.
Get
It'll
it.
yeah, you'll get it right
Okay.
there. It's local law 319, Suffolk
Okay.
County Local Law
So if I
319.
go to like the Suffolk PD website, I can
Yeah, you
find
could
it
you
there.
you could find it there or just Google. I think there's some very good websites that have a lot of the information that you're looking for, and it'll
Okay.
be exact.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask the question, but you answered it, because some of the business owners, because I own a business now
Mm-hmm.
down on East Main, and some of the businesses, and that's why I'm glad the mayor asked.
Yeah.
We were confused, and I've been talking to Supervisor Cooper about this. It's
Yeah.
like, who do we call? Is it the 852 cop or 911?
Yeah,
But-
I use your best judgment when it comes to what's going on with the
Right.
e-bikes, right? Like if there's e-bikes in the road and they're just hanging out there, you're not going to call 911 for something like that.
Right.
But if you see them operating in a reckless manner, dangerous, putting lives at risk, other motorists themselves, then yeah, it would be a good idea to call 911.
Okay, no problem. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Come on up, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Devine, 119 Jane Avenue.
Hi.
So I don't have a car, and I get around on my e-bike. I didn't realize that I would no longer be able to go to the grocery store now because I can't go on 25A where it's 40 miles an hour with my e-bike.
Yeah, that's
So is that something like an ADA
I
violation?
think we're going to I think we're going to use our best judgment as well, right? And some discretion.
So can I ask you, are regular
that, we
unmotorized
can-
bikes allowed to go on that same road that I am now not allowed to go on, even though I have terrible knees, and so it's
Motorized,
okay?
yeah, yes, that would be.
So if I-
They would fit in a different class.
So if I had better knees, I could get to the grocery store.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem
I would
fair.
say you're probably still okay to go to the grocery store. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be.
Baskets and everything.
I don't think you're going to be trick riding or doing anything dangerous. So
Well,
it's not gonna. It's not going to bring a lot of attention to yourself.
So one of the things that I would suggest that we look into, since it seems like the real issue is with younger riders,
Yeah.
is I've noticed in other municipalities don't penalize people my age or with my knees to use a pedal assist bike, but instead bring the onus onto the parents for poor operation.
Sure. So actually, when they are 15 and under.
No. This is until you're 18.
Oh, well, for this, when you're 15 and under, those summonses, any summonses that are going to be issued are going to be issued to the parents.
Okay.
Yeah, yep.
That's I did not realize I was
Yeah.
going to be in trouble just going to the Stop and Shop.
Yeah, yeah.
Would an analogous village code mirroring Suffolk County Law 319 help in any way to expedite?
I don't think it would be necessary. Yeah, I don't think it would be necessary. You have the Suffolk County law that covers everything, even impounds. It's very well. It's done well. So, yeah.
Anything else?
Anybody else have any questions? Just wanted to. Could I just go over a couple things I wanted to speak about, or you're
Twist
actually
my arm.
you're
Of course.
okay. All right. I just wanted to give you just a brief overlook of what we did this year, 6th Precinct, 2025 for last year. 6th Precinct again was number one in call volume. We handled 85,240 calls, compared to the 3rd Precinct, which is over in the Brentwood Central Islip area, right behind us at 83,000. So we're up there in call volume. The 3rd place precinct was the first with 77,000. And after that, the 4th place drops off to in the 60s. So we're well over 20,000 calls more than the 4th place precinct in the whole county.
Which is the 4th place?
I don't have that.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
Alright.
I stopped at
Alright.
the 3.
fair enough.
Total tickets issued last year, We were number one in that as well. We had written 10,147 tickets last year in the 6th precinct, compared to the third at 9,400 and the second at 92. So in Port Jeff Village, you had a total number in 2025 of 4,045 calls in the village last year. Okay, we made 758 traffic stops last year in the village, wrote 292 tickets. 156 of those were moving violations. Okay, and that was for 2025. And all that information that I just read to you, those numbers, is all available on the SuffolkPD.org website. It's on under the Transparency Hub. You can click on Port Jeff, click on the map, click on traffic stops, Port Jeff Village, and you'll see all that data right there, including call volume, everything. Okay? One last thing, the 6th Precinct Community Meeting is coming up on Wednesday, April 15th at 10 a.m. So if you want to know what's going on around the whole precinct, the Inspector Mamey, does a presentation about what's happening throughout the precinct, just like what I did here today for Port Jeff Village. Okay? Anybody else have any questions for me? No? Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Good
much.
night, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me again. Code got a little busier in March with the weather getting a little bit warmer. We had 10 online complaints received. 8 of them were anonymous. 1 was for illegal parking. 2 were related to the winter storm. We had 3 zoning complaints. 1 was for commercial noise, 2 for illegal signs, and 1 call was for something that was outside of the village boundaries that was referred. We initiated 9 code investigations, some from the online complaints, some from phone calls, and others from emails. We have 3 investigations ongoing for illegal rentals, 2 for work being done without a permit, 1 for no apartment license, 1 for no operating license in a business, 2 for property maintenance. As a result of those investigations, we've issued 5 notices of violations, and 2 field appearance tickets were issued. We also issued 1 field appearance ticket for open alcohol up by Long Island Railroad. My office has prepared 16 incident reports for the month so far for various complaints and issues: e-bikes, 80 cases, suspicious vehicles, dead animals on the road, a broken window in a business, 1 noise complaint, and 3 accidents. And we've issued 293 parking tickets month to date. Last year, March of 2025, there were 181 parking tickets issued. The beginning of the month, Anthony Flamia, my assistant supervisor, and one of my senior code officers, Shane, along with DPW, Greg's guys, they did a really great job of documenting all the damage in the village from the snowstorm. And I have to shout out to Shane Hardig. He's one of my good guys, and he's also a village resident and a volunteer fireman, and he spent a lot of hours going around, taking pictures, and helping us document all the damage. So I just wanted to thank him.
Thank you, Shane.
Yeah, events coming up. We have the Easter Parade April 4th. I think it kickoffs 12:45 p.m., and we have the steeplechase event at the high school on April 8th. That's what I got. If you have any questions.
Kevin, I just have one quick thing.
Yeah.
This happened today. There was a report online of a fallen tree
Yep.
and off of village property.
Yeah.
Can you just talk through that, the process, and let folks know who to call in a situation like that?
Yeah, well, I had just got, when you had let me know about it, I had just got an email from Michelle at DPW that complainant had reached out to her about, there's also a down sign on the corner. So she had also mentioned the trees being down, and it knocked over her other neighbor's mailbox. So
So a tree fell in the woods and people heard it.
yeah, I guess. At least the mailbox did.
Yeah.
So apparently the house is been a vacant house for a very long time, and there's some property maintenance issues that I was made aware of now. And I had to reach out, well, I identified the corporation that owns the property, and I'm going to issue them a notice of violation for the tree, because the tree is now lying in an unsafe manner, and it could fall onto the road really at any time. And I'm going to see what other kind of maintenance, property maintenance violations they have. I'm going to issue a notice of violation to the corporation, and hopefully I get a response, and they'll hopefully, comply and get the tree out of there and fix any other things on the property, so.
So in this case, the inquiry went into Public Works.
Yeah.
And it found its way to code enforcement, but you saved that middle man thing
Yeah,
by
so I
going right
emailed
to
the
code
complainant right
enforcement.
back, yeah. and
No,
let
no,
her
I'm
know
just giving it just for public awareness.
Oh, yeah.
Public Works is always very responsive. If it's not on Port Jefferson Village property, Public Works is not the responsible entity, it's the code enforcement, right? For
Yeah.
property maintenance.
Yeah, if
Okay.
it was on village property, the Greg's guys would have went out and
Right.
handled it the way they could, yeah.
Mhm.
But Michelle sent it over to me right away when she saw it.
Perfect. Okay.
Anything else?
Any
Thank you.
questions for Kevin?
Good.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, now we will turn it over to our correspondence section of our agenda. Clerk Perillo?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a correspondence to Commissioner Marie-Therese Dominguez of the New York State Department of Transportation, and that correspondence is from Alfred J. Casari, M.D., of 11 Stewart's Court, Port Jefferson. It's regarding the Setauket Port Jefferson Station Greenway Corridor Preservation, A 10341. Dear Commissioner Dominguez, I write today as a resident of Port Jefferson Village in opposition to Assemblywoman Cassay's A 10341 proposal regarding a perpetual conservation easement, quote unquote, on the Setauket Port Jefferson Station Greenway. Its stated purpose is to guarantee a safe, reliable, equitable, and resilient transportation system that enhances quality of life and protects the environment for residents of the hamlets of Setauket and Port Jefferson Station. Despite a favorable opinion by many well-meaning local legislators, along with Assemblywoman Cassay, I wonder if sufficient
Point of
consideration.
order. This seems like this letter is addressed to not this board, so I don't understand why it's being read.
The gentleman came to me and asked that it be that it be read into this evening's record.
Either way, do we?
I don't know.
All right, so maybe with respect to Trustee Hill's question, we reach back out to the resident and ask him to redirect. If that's the case, he wants to do that. I don't know what the order is, but out of respect for the resident, I guess the clerk thought reading it into the record was okay, but I don't know. I don't know the point of order on that one.
I mean, it's not addressed to us. We have a big agenda. I think we should move on.
All right. Moving on. We have a second correspondence to be read into the record from Attorney Moran.
Mayor and board, I generated a letter to give to the clerk this evening for distribution. The letter states in part, to whom it may concern, the letter is being addressed to DPW staff that attended a meeting on February 17th, as well as DPW staff who might have received secondhand information in reference to the meeting held on February 17th. It says, to whom it may concern. Please consider this correspondence a formal apology for the events stemming from a February 17th, 2026 meeting had with members of the Department of Public Works staff. Although not my intent, it is clear members of the staff were offended and left the meeting feeling that it was something other than a review of circumstances surrounding the particular issue. Upon reflection and reviewing the comments made at the February 25th, 2026 Board of Trustees meeting, I can now see how my examples and comments did not demonstrate the appropriate level of decorum and may have caused some members of staff to feel intimidated and/or threatened, and for that I sincerely apologize. It is my sincere hope that my actions following the February 17th meeting during which I worked diligently with the treasurer, clerk, and DPW staff to prepare and present a reconciliation to the village board to decide the course of action, depicted my true intentions. To enable the village treasurer to make whole DPW staff for hours worked, DPW Supervisor Greg Munson expressed at the February 25th meeting that I was instrumental in making sure that DPW staff were made whole for all the hours worked, as that was always my true intention. That being said, accept this apology for my comments, and I'm asking the clerk to distribute that to DPW staff.
Thank you. Do we have any other correspondence, Clerk Perillo? No, ma'am. Okay, now we'll start with our presentations and introducing John Cheshire from Kemper Sports and his colleague Eric.
Mayor and trustees, thank you so much for inviting us to be here this evening. My name's John Cheshire. I'm the Senior Vice President of Operations for Kemper Sports. My colleague here, Jeff Shepard, is a Regional General Manager for us. Both of us have lived and worked in the private sector on Long Island and in the Northeast. We're both longtime private club individuals. As some of you know, the village contracted Kemper Sports to facilitate a study of a 15-year long-term plan to give them and provide them feedback on their country club operation. It was simply a consulting project that we're going to present this evening. We were really asked to focus on several things. Number one, the village was interested in understanding and learning from the membership their feelings and opinions of the country club. We did this in the form of a member survey that was sent out that people could fill out anonymously. We also held a number of focus groups with the membership. Focus groups were in person, via Zoom, and some of them were over the phone as well. Similarly, we conducted a resident survey, and specifically of residents who are not members of the club, to understand their perception of the club in the community. And similarly, we did outreach via phone, Zoom, live in-person meetings with a variety of residents. Momentarily, we'll share the data on that. Furthermore, we met with the staff and we were shared some of the financial information about the performance of the club. From that, we were able to do some benchmark comparisons of how the club is operated financially and some of the opportunities that will lead to the 15-year strategic plan that we've presented in a report. Within this, we've also looked at the vision statements, mission statements, core values. We've looked at frameworks that would help the village consider implementation of those strategies they find most serving to their goals. In short, the numbers. We received 134 surveys from the membership of the club, 547 surveys from residents. We conducted more than 15 focus groups. We had more than 12 site visits. We looked at a comparison of greater than 8 similar clubs. We met with the governing bodies on multiple times as well. So we feel that this was a comprehensive and fair representation of how the community views the club, how the members feel about the club, the staff, and then the opportunities we see from a financial basis. Ultimately, we see 4 or 5 areas in which there's opportunity to consider change or modification. There's operational efficiencies, payroll structure, procurement planning, communication, operational leadership. We'll go into a little bit more detail shortly. There's revenue opportunities and financial alignment, goals of the club, goals of the village, working together to perform to the satisfaction of the village membership, the club itself.
Pardon me, John, I don't mean to
Yes.
interrupt. I apologize. Do you have a copy of this presentation that you could give to the board? I've been asking for it for 10 days so that we can follow along and make notes as we do.
Yep.
Are you just, I mean, are we going to get a copy of your presentation? Because I asked for it in advance of this meeting, and we never got it. So do you have copies you can give us?
No, I did not. I was not asked to bring handout copies, but we will be presenting all these reports to the village post this meeting, both this presentation, which is a short version, and then our full report.
So you were never notified by the clerk to provide us with this presentation prior to this meeting today?
I was not asked to present that in advance.
John, you might also add when the last edits were made to
Yes,
this.
we
document.
worked on this all the way through yesterday afternoon. We met with members of the staff, the mayor, Zena. We had a meeting with committee members on Monday evening. So there were a number of edits, and some of those edits were directly from meetings of the committees working on the project, as well as the staff updates from yesterday, meeting with the mayor and Zena.
All
Thank
right,
you.
John, thank you.
You're welcome. Additionally, there's revenue and financial alignment opportunities. There's an opportunity to look at the member feedback and implement that into a strategic plan and operating model. And then lastly, there's alignment opportunities within the structure of the village and the reporting of the club to the village, as well as organizational structure for the club itself. In short, what we really saw is significant opportunity in a number of areas. Number one, payroll as a percentage of revenue is significantly higher than benchmark clubs that it's been compared to. This is both in the golf operation and on the agronomy side. And that's not necessarily solely related to having too many people working. But if you look at the comparison of the amount of revenue that's generated and the amount of money that goes into the payroll operation for a variety of reasons, there is an opportunity for improvement. If you look at the spend on the golf course, which we call agronomy, the agronomy payroll and overall spend per acre of maintained land is significantly higher than comparable clubs. We'll share more details in a moment. Cost of goods and merchandise is high. Procurement spending on average is high. The food and beverage contribution. We know this is a relatively new relationship with Lessings. Lessings is still building their revenue, and there's an opportunity for that to contribute more profitably to the village and the club. And then lastly, when we look at the average dues that the members of the club are paying compared to other comparable clubs, it's significantly lower. The key takeaways, there's cost structure is elevated, pricing remains below market, organizational structure, there's opportunities for change, and procurement as well. The numbers. So what the numbers are saying is the average dues as compared to similar clubs are significantly less. Our average dues are a little less than $3,900 per membership versus $6,400 or even $14,000 at other clubs. The number of golf members, we're at 560. Other comparable clubs are at 470 and 400. You also note that Port Jefferson Country Club rounds are at the top, near the top, 29,000 rounds, virtually identical to a comparable club, slightly higher than the club with higher dues. And then the fourth comparable shows 33,000 rounds but no dues. That is a northeast high-end public golf course. We share it as a comparison because it has other similar metrics that we look at when we do benchmarking across a portfolio. One of the key things that we see here, without going through every single number, is membership revenue, the dues revenue, is low compared to the member count and low in the market. So when you look at that $38.50 average dues, that's the lowest in the market, lower than our average outside of the Northeast and outside of New York and Long Island. That's an opportunity. There's
John,
not.
may I ask you a question? I didn't mean to interrupt. Oh, that 38.50 number, does that include the assessments and the food and beverage cost that is charged to each member?
It includes the assessment, the dues, but not the food and beverage cost. We included the assessment because we thought it was the closest way to look apples to apples. Most other clubs don't have an assessment separate from dues, so we included it.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of room for growth. You're at the highest number of memberships, 560. I do understand that the club at times have had more members than that, but that really is at the top level of the member count of comparable clubs in the market. You're near the top of rounds, and there's not a lot of growth in rounds. We already recognize and heard from members that tee time access was difficult for them, that they'd like to see less rounds, more availability to get on the golf course. So we see that not as much of a revenue growth opportunity in number of members or rounds. Where our growth could potentially come is an increase in dues, an increase in revenue share from food and beverage, and then operational efficiencies and procurement. We'll talk more about them. And then lastly, we see an opportunity in on-site leadership, and then establishing and reestablishing the lines of communication between the village, the different committees, the Board of Governors, the CCMAC, and others that have an opportunity to speak with and converse and work with the staff at the club. We see an opportunity to align that more directly. Tackling this is going to be an interesting opportunity. And there's a couple of different ways that the village could consider taking advantage of this. But again, reiterating what we just said, there's a key action opportunity in addressing the chain of command. There's an opportunity to instill leadership at the club level, and that includes bringing in a general manager, improve coordination and communication between the golf operations, the food and beverage operations, village oversight, and the expectation of members. Implementation of a structured financial planning strategy, benchmarking, performance tracking, and procurement tracking. And much of this is long-range planning. And then lastly, and equally importantly, is how does the club do this while still addressing an opportunity to improve the member experience? We believe there's a way. There are two paths forward that the village has an opportunity to choose. They're not necessarily independent, but there's two clear paths. The first one is continuing the self-management that the club is under currently. In doing so, establishing a clear and centralized reporting line between the village leadership and the daily operations of the club. We continue to say that there's an opportunity to appoint a general manager or a single leader at the club that will be the liaison between the village and the club, the club and Lessing's food and beverage operation, as well as coordinating communication and setting expectations between the golf operation and the agronomy operation or golf course maintenance. There's an opportunity to improve coordination between golf events, food and beverage events, the use of restaurant offering different food and beverage activities for the members, and then again, village oversight. There's a great opportunity that you can do, the village can do, in financial planning, operational oversight, performance tracking, and procurement planning.
John, I don't mean to interrupt again. Since I don't have a packet to follow, I can't make notes, so I'm going to speak as we go along. You said restaurant. Are you talking about the halfway house, or are you talking about the catering hall? Well,
I think both.
are you aware there's no restaurant at the catering hall, right?
Well, I'm aware that currently the clubhouse does not operate an everyday restaurant. They do have the capability and the location that they could offer restaurant-type services. I understand that the Turn is generally the dining area for the golfers most frequently.
Yes.
But what we also heard in the member surveys was that's something that members feel disconnected with. It's one of the reasons why members don't feel like this is a quote-unquote country club, similar to some of the other country clubs on Long Island that they may have visited. So there's an opportunity to synergize and work more closely with Lessings and the restaurant group, along with the club operations, in an effort to try to continue to appease and improve the relationship with the members and achieve the expectations and goals that they have.
Oh, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Option A, continuing on the path you're at, does require a significant amount of discipline, but it can be done. And the discipline is generated through the responsibility of decision-making and the responsibility of implementation and the responsibility of enforcement of an agreed-upon plan. And sometimes that's hard. A second option, here it is. A second option is the village could consider some level of third-party management. And there's value to that in different ways, and it's a pro and con. It's not the only path, it is a path. One of the opportunities of third-party management, whatever type that is, and with whatever company that it might be, is that you could still attain all the things in Plan A. But what comes with that is dedicated leadership, more oversight and insight, a support team, both regionally, nationally, that has the expertise and benchmarking information from other clubs for comparable purposes. They become the employer of record. And the employer of record is an opportunity, and it's one that in the current structure does cost more money for payroll benefits and those type of things. And it's a real opportunity for the village to consider.
John, can you clarify why that is?
Sure. So in your current situation, and you have a makeup of a mix of employees at the club, some of whom are village employees that receive a pension. You have some employees in agronomy that are union workers, and then you have a number of hourly employees. As a village operated and managed entity, there's a lot of payroll and employment and employee rules, such as how many hours can you work in a week, what is the overtime responsibility, and what are the opportunities within that. There's a lot of functions that the village has to follow in employment to be able to be the employer of record. A number of those things go away in third-party management.
Just real quick for everybody who's in attendance, following the presentation, we will have a special public comment session for this particular.
These gentlemen will be here to answer?
Correct.
Yep.
John, just a quick question. How do, this is option B, how do you get around union contracts? Because this is a closed-loop payment system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the golf course is self-sustaining. It pays its own employees. The village does not subsidize the golf course. So I just want to make a clarification from you that the golf course revenue, the dues that we are currently generating, pays the employees every bill that you just stated, their health insurance, their pension contributions. So all of that is paid by the golf course itself. So how would it be cost effective for a third party to come in and charge us a fee for oversight? And I don't see where the cost savings are. Does that come later on?
Well, I can speak to that right now, because
Okay.
I think there's a number of different areas in which that occurs. But to answer Zena's question and continue on the path of how payroll and employment of record addresses some of those things, the cost of benefits that the club is paying for the employees currently is the better part of double what the cost of benefits are in other similar environments managed by third-party companies. So benefits by itself is a savings of several $100,000s. There's a pension allotment that the village is paying for the few employees that are pension eligible at the club. That's the better part of $100,000 a year. Those would likely go away or could go away.
John, I don't
in
mean to interrupt.
third-party
I just want a clarification. You
Yes.
say the village.
Yeah.
Again, the village does not pay the pension contribution. The golf course is a closed-loop financial system.
Right.
It pays itself. So when you use phrasing like the village, that's not accurate. The golf course is self-sustaining.
Right.
What do they call that, Zena? An enterprise fund? It is? So that's, it's by itself. So
Proprietary.
it should, so just when you, because it's just, I don't want you to confuse the audience to think that the village are making these contributions. It's the golf course itself.
Right. I understand that, and I understand that the goal that the village has for the enterprise of the club is for the revenues of the club to support the expenses of the club. but it also must support the long-term strategic reinvestment in the club. One of the things that we noted in our financial performance, and let me see right here, is the club is currently, as I stated previously, at or near a maximum of golf members. And generally, over the last 20 years, the opportunity in our industry to increase revenue is driven through membership growth and then slow but consistent dues growth. You're limited in that from a growth of membership. Your only real opportunity is to raise dues. Secondly, when you look at how those members use the club, you're really at or even above average of the number of rounds a private club on Long Island generally has. There's more than 100 private clubs on Long Island, and 29,000 rounds is in the top 10 of those 100. The average rounds for a private club on Long Island is less than 14,000 rounds a year. And while the members may be satisfied with the number of rounds and their access, it's not comparable, and it doesn't give you a lot of room to grow rounds. Again, 10 years ago, there was generally at clubs more inventory available for members, more rounds available to add rounds, and you tried to create a membership strategy that was attractive, that allowed you to bring more members in. That really isn't available in this particular case. The line that I want you to look at is EBITDA as a percent of revenue. EBITDA is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. We call that in the industry controllable revenue expenses and net profitability. Port Jefferson's EBITDA is 1% of revenue. Comparable clubs are between 25 and 38% across the board. Now, again, there's different ownership models and operating models of private clubs. A lot of the private clubs are equity clubs. Those are member-owned clubs. Often they're set up as 501c3, 501c7 organizations where there's a limit on the amount of profitability that they have. However, the caveat to that is the coffer that they create, the amount of money that they have in their capital reserves is often in the millions. So this is where we say, hey, there's not a lot of room for more members. There's not a lot of room for more rounds. How is this club going to continue to grow revenue over time? There is an opportunity on the food and beverage profitability where the food and beverage operator is going to continue to contribute to the club appropriately or to the village, because the club is an entity of the village. And that's really why I speak in terms of the village, is the club is an entity of the village. So
John,
there
just-
is an opportunity on that side, but really the greater growth in revenue opportunities in dues.
So,
Yes, sir.
John, you had mentioned the food and beverage, it would be an avenue of increased revenue.
Yes.
For the golf course or for the village?
Well,
Because-
it depends on where you take that,
Well,
that money.
I'm sorry that no one explained this to you. These are two separate entities. The catering hall money comes into the village.
Okay?
It has nothing to do with the golf course. The
Right.
golf course revenue, again, like I said, is a closed loop. It's by itself.
Right.
Revenue that, if there was an increase in revenue from the catering operations, that would go to the village, not the golf course.
Great. That, again, I understand the nuance of the difference between the way you're set up and you set up the enterprise of the club versus the village. But for us to do a comparable and comprehensive benchmarking against other clubs, I do have to cross that line and speak to the revenue generated on the property of the club. Regardless of how the village decides to siphon that between the club enterprise or directly to the village, that's your prerogative and that's the village's right to do that. But there is money being generated by the third-party food and beverage operator on property that is representative of the revenue that is being generated at property. It is also representative to some of the disconnect in the satisfaction of members. Members are very concerned and have a level of disappointment in the consistency of food and beverage that's offered, the consistency and performance of the food and beverage experience, and the fact that generally they're paying private club dues and all they get is this snack bar called The Turn. And the snack bar at The Turn doesn't have a full comprehensive menu. So I mention it as an opportunity. Again, I go back to the fact that I'm crossing between the enterprise of the club and the money that goes directly to the village from food and beverage. It's still generated by the property known as Port Jefferson Country Club, if that is a fair way to state it.
And if it remains separate, as you say, that's still the money that cannot be invested. So I think the presentation is identifying alternative ways and not to rely on the food and beverage.
Hey, John,
ma'am.
what are the other clubs doing with the excess EBITDA that they are generating? Let's say we were able to reduce costs, you know, and you and I spent some time going line by line through the costs and where there were some acre differentials, right, or per acre
Right.
differentials.
Right.
What are they doing with that EBITDA money?
And John, before you answer that, can you tell us the clubs that you're making the comparison?
I cannot, because I'm sharing information that otherwise would be proprietary to them.
Proprietary, so it's still, it's not clubs locally on Long Island. These could be clubs.
No, this is all Northeast private clubs, municipally owned or operated, or similar models that may not have that ownership structure, but it does have a similar operating structure.
Okay.
But the important part of the comparison is recognizing these are clubs that in some way, shape, or form, either the way they operate to the members and at the club or through the ownership component, they are a good, valuable comparison for you to consider. One of the things Zena was just asking was, what do those clubs typically do with the excess EBITDA or profitability of the club? And generally, a portion of it, and largely, a large portion of that gets invested back into the club. And it could be reinvested in new renovation opportunities. It could be in long-term infrastructure replacement, such as roofs, HVAC systems, bunkers, cart paths. Or it could be a reinvestment into the equipment package that the golf course operates and uses for the maintenance of the facility. So generally, it's reinvested back in. The more you have in revenue, the more opportunity you have to have that closed environment where all the money is staying at the club and it can be reinvested into the club operation. One of the things that Zena had mentioned briefly was the cost of maintenance per acre, and I'll mention it again. This club has approximately 51 maintained acres, and a maintained acre is one that is mown and managed regularly through mowing patterns, chemical and fertilizer applications, pesticide, employment involvement in the operation and the upkeep of that area. This club has 51 acres, and that's coming directly from the club operators themselves. The average spend on the agronomy side, the golf course side, is $24,000 per acre. The comparable clubs are less than $15,000 each per maintained acre. So that's another indicator where we say, hey, there's an opportunity there. Now, what is that opportunity? I will share that one of the things we just learned yesterday was the amount of usable equipment that is available to the maintenance crew, the agronomy crew. And it's lower than what we generally see at most of our clubs. You have a combination of owned equipment that is generally older. Nothing owned has been, it looks like, purchased since 2019. And then you have some leased equipment. And the leased equipment is important, really smart that you have that equipment, but it's rotating out of lease in 2 years, so there's going to have to be a replacement strategy. Some of those things are causing some inefficiencies in the way the club is operated on that side. Now, going past, I'll stop here for a moment. So there's been a number of questions so far, and again, I have not allowed my colleague Jeff to speak yet, but I'm certain there are more questions. So how may we answer some of these additional questions? Yes?
Come on up to the
To the mic.
microphone, please. And Joe, just state your name and your address, please, for the record.
Joe Pifko, resident 35 Puritan Path. Thank you. And Trustee Franco, thank you for articulating that the course maintains itself, because I think there's a perception of non-member residents who think that the village, their taxes go to support the club. I think you said something that might be mistaken. The assessment is not included in the $3,700 dues for a resident. And I'm looking at my receipt, and my assessment is $790. So that brings that 37 up. So that was not included.
Well,
Okay.
actually, the financial number here of 3850, that is taking all 560 members in all the different categories, the amount of money that they're charged both for dues and assessment, and then it's divided by 560. So that is not representative of what a resident member pays. It's representative of the average dues of all the members of the club,
And their assessments,
including their assessment.
resident and non-resident,
Yes, sir.
weekday, full.
All categories.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so I wanted, also I just wanted to mention, I was on CCMAC when Mayor started her tenure, and I was present with her with a lot of the hard work she did to establish an organizational chart. And along that note, I'd like to just take this opportunity to encourage that the Board of Governors continue. They're a great representation of the diverse population. I think they serve the membership well, and I'd like to see them continue. I think that's about it. Thank you. I wish I was in the focus group. All this is new to me, and I'm pretty active in the club. I didn't hear of any survey, any focus group. This is the first. I only heard yesterday that you were even involved. I'm glad it's happening, but I don't know how you went about getting the people.
Well,
to
actually, the
focus group.
village sent out an email to the entire membership inviting them, so it's possible that
All right.
it bounced back or what, but the village controlled the communication to the members and the residents. We simply provided the link to an anonymous third-party survey to gather the information.
Okay. And lastly, in regard to revenue raising with lessings, my understanding, and I could be totally gossip, but that the village gets 9% of all lessings profit, or we get 9%, or the village gets 9%. So the golf course is a closed loop. I pay $400 for food, 540 members, 200,000 if we're that tight for money, and 9% of money that I had no choice, I had to pay, so did the other 500 members, and it comes to the village. So how is that a closed loop? We're losing money there. And it seems like the golf membership are supplementing whatever. Why does that money go downtown? So, but thank you.
Good question. Gary?
Hello, Gary Zamek, 119 Wilson Drive. I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
One, you can't tell us the similar clubs you said.
I cannot.
Are they on Long Island?
We have, in our comparisons, we have clubs on Long Island of similar
Right
setup.
there, one of those.
Yeah.
They're in Suffolk County.
I can't say. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to do this same thing using Port Jefferson numbers and
Okay,
say
so
it's Port Jefferson.
I'm a little skeptical, but that's okay.
I assure you those are accurate numbers.
The assessment for carts, you had mentioned that the village doesn't, and you had said you don't usually see that. So that's something out of the ordinary that.
Rephrase that, assessment for
So
carts?
you had mentioned about, you had mentioned about this, there's an assessment that the members pay.
Yeah, the golf
And-
assessment.
And that's part of membership dues.
Yeah.
So you said that's not something you normally see in other clubs.
What
an
you don't
anomaly here.
normally see is that those numbers are separated between dues and a separate assessment. Now, sometimes you do, but generally for us to be able to do a comparison, we have to make sure that we're including any mandatory charges as rolled up as part of the dues. And I do understand that the way this is packaged is as a single number. So when you go out and you join Port Jefferson, or you look up at the rate sheet is a single number. It doesn't break out between the dues and the assessment. Once the money is collected, it is separated between the two. So that was the best way for us to represent true cost, mandatory cost of being a member of the club.
So just another question. So since you see many clubs, part of our assessment, this extra assessment we pay, I think they said they earmark it for golf carts. So when you look at the majority of clubs that you look at, usually golf carts are just part of membership dues. They're not separated into a separate assessment. Would you agree or disagree
Well,
with that?
what I would say, and generally, the short answer is yes, you're right. But what I will say more clearly is that all the revenue generated, regardless of what it's called, goes into a top revenue line.
Got it. I understand
And
that.
all of that covers all of the costs, including payroll costs, benefit costs, operating costs, and leases that are in place to help run the club. And those leases are generally golf carts. It's oftentimes leases for equipment. So all of that is part of being a closed loop. That should all be included. But however you divide it on what you call it, it doesn't really matter. We've included it all in the assessment because it's the best way for us to properly and accurately compare clubs.
Gotcha. Okay, another question. You talked about if we to maybe make finances a little better, we would get this leadership company in here to run things.
That's an option.
One of these options.
Yeah.
If we were to opt for that, just generally speaking, what is their profit margin? How much money does that company make in a year? No idea.
Well, it really depends on what you're asking them to do. But usually there is a fee structure of something, I'll just say $10,000 a month. And there might be an incentive, and the incentive is based on what the client or the owner decides they want that club to be, that third-party operator to be measured by. However, what I will also say is any management company will pay for themselves in the savings in payroll and the benefits by itself.
Gotcha. Just one more, I think. Does Kemper, you guys are Kemper, correct?
Yes,
Do you guys manage clubs?
we do.
You do? Okay. Thank you. That's all.
John Steiner, 211 Thompson Street. As a past trustee and someone who's been a member for over 40 years, we went through this process of looking at private companies coming in. I actually met with Arnold Palmer's group.
Mm-hmm.
Their pricing was astronomical, was out of reach for the kind of numbers that we generate. So I contacted 5 different corporations, and this was the lowest of them. So that is it's an outrageous idea because they're not cost effective, not to us. And secondly, I want to
How long ago was that? I'm curious.
probably over 10 years ago.
Okay.
All right. I'm having trouble with your $3,800 number.
Okay.
I mean, as a resident, I'm paying almost $5,000, $4,900.
Mm-hmm.
Non-residents are paying $7,000.
Yeah.
So how's that number get down to $3,800?
So you have junior memberships, you have limited access memberships, you have single memberships, you have couples memberships. So the majority of your memberships are individuals, and so you generally, that generates a lower dues line when a lot of your people are just one-person memberships versus whole family memberships per se. But the way that was generated very specifically is we were provided all the different membership categories, their exact rate sheet from 2025 and 2026.
Mm-hmm.
We then multiplied that out. We looked at 2025 actual dues and golf assessment, combined that number to get the average. We then took the 2026 rate sheet, assumed the exact same number of members, and looked at what that might be in the future.
Doesn't work. Thank you.
It's quite possible, when you say it doesn't work, it's quite possible that you're just not aware of the number of people in all the different categories. Because you don't have a single category that has a lot of individuals. I think your highest number category that has people is about 190 full access golf members. But there are 4 or 5 other categories, lower categories, generating lower money that has 190, 80, 70 people in it. So when you add it all up, it's 560, but you do not have a lot of full access, highest level of dues paying members.
Hi, Tracy Donnelly, 2 Stern Drive. I just want to ask a few questions. So,
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for for doing this. This will be posted, I assume, on the website?
Yes, of course, everything is, yeah.
But it's not there now, but you will after this? I'm just saying, so we can have a chance, because I'm sitting on that side and I can't actually see.
You have a question for Mr. Cheshire? Yes, Tracy, absolutely.
Oh,
We're
thank
gonna
you, I
distribute
appreciate
it to
that.
Everybody, we'll send it out to
Yes
all
was
the
easy,
members.
you could say yes.
We'll send it
Anyway,
out to all the members. I'm answering your question.
So then you talked about the need to increase revenue to make this a self-sustaining operating golf course. One of the things that you mentioned was 9% of 9% of lessings, but it's actually 9% of food and beverage, correct?
It's 9% of the gross revenues of the lessing contract. However they generate their revenues, whether it be at the turn or in catering, it's my understanding that the village receives 9% of the gross revenues.
Of food and beverage, not of the rental itself.
Of the lessings, food and beverage contract. Not
Understood.
just member dining, but the catering as well.
Agreed. So, but when you talk about increasing that, I believe we have a contract for 9%.
Well, you have a contract, and as I think I heard at the last board meeting on February 11th, there's been a contract that's been amended a number of times, and perhaps there's an opportunity for you to review that again. It also is my understanding that there's certain areas of the property that are not directly and specifically under that contract that could be reviewed. Now, the important opportunity here is, regardless of whether you increase the 9% or not, it's that the more successful they are and the more revenue they generate, the more money that comes to the club or to the village.
Correct.
And they, when I met with Lessings, they told me that when they arrived, they had 2 weddings on the book for this year. They've now have 40, and that their goal for next year is to have 80. So even if those are just of average value, the revenue contribution to the village for the food and beverage is going to double.
Excellent. And the other source of revenue you mentioned was memberships. So
Generally.
because we're at capacity, does that mean there's going to be an increase in memberships cost and a decrease in the resident discount?
We were not asked for that. I would tell you it is an opportunity to review the cost of membership. We were asked what the resident discount was at comparable clubs, and I can say that the resident discount here is greater than the resident discount we see at other clubs. But I can also tell you that the mayor and the board is strongly supportive of that discount. Not at any time were we asked to specifically evaluate that as whether it was a good thing or a bad thing or the right thing or not. But I will say, I think your discount is 40%, and that's significantly greater than what you typically see.
Thank you, appreciate it. And I also wanted to say one thing to Attorney Moran. Thank you for your apology, because I was one of the people that stood up and said, I think you needed to apologize, and I didn't think it was a genuine apology that night. So I appreciate you writing the letter and saying it today. So thank you.
John, just to make a correction,
Yeah.
we do receive 9%, but it's not of all revenue. There's an administrative fee of 22% that we do not receive 9% on. So I just, again, for accuracy purposes, so that
No,
we don't
thank you
confuse
for
the
that clarity.
community, let's keep it accurate.
Yep.
Thank you. And you were not asked to review the resident discount in this
No, I was
comprehensive-
not asked to opine whether or not it is, it's it should be, you know,
Which is good, all right, thank you.
yeah.
Mayor, trustees, I want to thank you. My name is Todd Feldman, 173 Windward Court South, Port Jefferson, New York. I've been a resident for 27 years, over 27 years. I've been a member of the club for over 27 years. I don't have questions for you, John. I have things that I'd like to say to make the people aware of what's going on with the club, because I don't think everybody knows aware of what's going on with the club. Right now, we have a serious issue that needs to be addressed, honestly. Directly and currently, the structure of the dues and the discounts of this club is not sustainable. It's not gonna be sustainable. The difference of 40% between the members and the non-member residents is just, it's not gonna be sustainable. If we lose 2 non-resident members, we have to replace them with 5 resident members. The math doesn't work. I'm in business, I'm a business owner. I mean, it just doesn't work. As Trustee Franco said, we're our own entity. The members own the club. The members pay their dues, and the members support the club. If we rely on non-member residents, okay, and we rely on them to pay a lot more than what we do, and I'm a resident. Listen, I know a lot of residents don't want to hear it, but it's unfair. It's just unfair what, you know, the way the structure is. I mean, residents receive a 40% discount. I don't know. Listen, I know other clubs. I've been in the business around all over Long Island. There's no club that gives a resident to a non-resident 40%. I mean, the structure really needs to be reevaluated and just needs to be looked at. Regarding the maintenance of the club and the differential, I mean, it's not we can't even call it a country club. We have no place. We come, we take our clubs out of our trunk, and we play golf, and we put them back in the trunk. There's no place. Listen, the turn holds 25 people. You know, sometimes we play one little group with 20 people, so we have no place to go. If they could just rearrange and make it a country club, open the lockers, redo the lockers. Listen, years ago, we had lockers, we had card room down there, we had, you know, it made it a country club. It made it a private feeling that you're at the club. I mean, it's just, you know, we're trying to support a club that needs the support, and it's not working. We know it's not working. I mean, we have to change, and we have to do something about it. I mean, it's just, it's whether you raise the dues, you know, every year, you have to raise the dues every year. The cost of living, the cost of products, the cost of chemicals, everything goes up. You know, and as you said, Trustee Franco, you know, we're our own entity, so the members have the say. I don't even know why the trustees should have the say, but they do. You know, I get that, but, you know, you said we're our own entity. So
I said financially, we're a loop, a financial loop, but this board oversees.
So,
Let me finish.
if-
This board oversees that asset. It is a village asset.
It's an
that-
asset,
Hold on,
absolutely.
that is run by this board. The golf course, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to play there. It's our responsibility to oversee that board. So anything that comes from the golf course or the Board of Governors are recommendations. This board has the responsibility for all oversight over that course. And we have increased rates there, 29.7% over the past 2 years. So to say that we have not addressed that issue, yes, there has been
between non-members and members, I'm talking about.
So you're saying,
I'm saying you're charging 40% to non-members. So right now, do you know the ratio of members to non-members that are what? It's 50-50.
it's about 50-50.
Over 50-50. There's
Just
more
for clarity,
non-resident members.
it's, right, it's non-resident members and resident
Yes,
members, yes.
but there's
Just
there's more than,
for clarity.
non-resident members are more than not resident members. And if we lose them, we lose the course. We lose everything.
Well,
And there's
again,
no taxes that go into that golf course. We sustain it all on our own.
and then if there was a reduction in membership, then we would make adjustments, because I actually brought that to the treasurer's attention.
But how can you do a
John,
reduction?
let me finish.
Go
If
ahead.
there's a reduction in membership and revenue, which I actually addressed with the treasurer in the hour that I had to go, half an hour I had to go over the golf course budget, the clarification was
Hour and a
that,
half.
well, I only had
Hour
half
and a
hour.
half.
Well, an hour for the regular budget, a half hour for the golf course budget, that it would be, they would make corrections in the budget and reduce expenditures at the course to accommodate the reduction in revenue. And that's what we would do to continue to sustain the course.
Okay, so we hired Kemper Sports to give us an analysis, and they're telling us that we need a general manager, and the board's deciding that we don't want a general manager, or we're not gonna hire a general manager, I don't know. I mean, we haven't made.
We're just seeing the recommendations as a board together for the first time, so.
Okay.
Yep.
So if they recommend a general manager and we don't hire one, why did we hire Kemper Sports to give us that recommendation? Right, and we're paying this kind of money, so the recommendation, we don't take their recommendation? I mean, we can
That's
see
jumping the
what's going
gun,
on
Todd,
here.
that's jumping the gun.
Okay.
And we, as a board, we need to discuss it. We need to hear from the CCMAC and the Board of Governors on their recommendations, what they think now that they've seen the presentation, so we'll work on it as a community.
I understand that, but time is of essence too,
It is.
right?
Mhm.
Time is of essence. I mean, we open up the season April 1st. We have nobody to oversee anything. And I appreciate your time, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may clarify one or 2 points.
Sure.
There is not only one path to continued success. The village can continue to operate this club, but to do so, there are material opportunities that the village would need to take. I'll give you a good example. You golf course maintenance equipment. You currently have one greens mower, one tee mower, 2 fairway mowers, 1 rough mower for the entire agronomy team to operate. If any of those go out of service, then you're not mowing that area. And so that generally is about half of the equipment that most clubs have to operate, and sometimes less than half. So while it's operating, great. When it doesn't operate, then that could be a problem. The other thing is that requires operation of that machine all day long to accomplish the mowing that's needed. Whereas if you had 2 greens mowers, you could mow the greens twice as fast. And the staff would be more efficient because a guy on a machine or a gal on a machine is much faster than a guy or a gal with a weed eater or a push mower or a fly mower or raking bunkers by hand. So all of those things are in our large report. And while this is 7 or 8 slides, our report is 28 slides, gives a lot more detail. It's much more than just the hiring of a general manager. That's one opportunity. It's not the only opportunity. And what our goal was to identify the areas that the club could restructure or outperform itself for the long-term benefit of the village, the club, the employees that work there, and the members that play there. And there's a way to do it in a fair way. Not every club that is owned by a village operates in a closed loop successfully. And when they don't, then the village subsidizes. And when they do, great. Hopefully they have enough resources to continually reinvest because golf carts aren't getting cheaper, equipment's not getting cheaper. If you want to buy a rough mower, it's $127,000. And so to replace one rough mower, we need more money to do that.
Yeah, Joe Pifka, 35 Puritan Path up again. You triggered a memory. Last year, I was getting ready to tee off on a Friday at 1 o'clock, and the starter told us to stop because Lessings had 2 groups coming out for a wedding, of which my understanding is they don't pay. So now, when you said they have 40 weddings, let's do the math. That was 800. I pay 110 when I bring a guest. So that was $440 times 2. Plus the inconvenience that they didn't have a time they would just put out ahead of us. So now with 40 weddings, I don't anticipate that every wedding has golfers, but I don't know, Mayor, if the board or anything.
That's
was
a head
aware.
scratcher to me, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm
it
not
was a
familiar with that
head-scratcher to us.
circumstance, yeah.
Who told you to hold off?
Well, the starter said they had 2 groups coming out from the wedding, and that was part of the contract. I don't
I'm
know
sure
if it is.
Trustee Ugrinsky is going to address that because she's the liaison to the golf course to make sure that there's a correction.
Yeah, we're
on
gonna
that.
need to
That should not be
drill
going
into
on.
that.
Yeah.
Is that accurate that they get tee times free of charge? With their
Attorney Moran,
weddings?
that's not in the contract with
It
Lessings,
is,
correct?
it is, but it doesn't usurp
Oh,
membership.
yeah, that's the minimum part, fine, they jumped ahead, who cares? But the money we're losing, if that was $880, for 2 groups. And
It's,
now we have
it's in
40
the,
weddings.
it's in the license agreement that we inherited
Okay.
back in,
Okay, well, it explains it. You know, they're business people. They made a good deal, we didn't. Because we're worried about revenue, and there goes that money. But I don't hold you accountable if you inherited it. So, anyway, just a point. Thank you.
thank you.
Are there any other high points, low points that you'd like us to touch on?
I thought it was very thorough. I learned a lot today, more than I've learned over the course of the experience with Kemper. And I think we all come away with knowledge of operations of a golf course that are far ahead of where we were prior to your presentation. And it gives us a lot to think about and talk about. But I see we have another guest up to say a few words.
Hi, Christina Peterson, 2 Nicholas Street, Port Jefferson, obviously. I'm just here to speak about that 40% discount that residents have, and I would like to give a little history lesson. Your father, my mother, my father, a bunch of people walked around Port Jeff, got petitions to get this country club, worked really hard to do so, and I think it would be horrible to get rid of that 40%. And I'm so sorry for those people that feel that it shouldn't be, but that was part of the legacy. So I want to
You know, the first rate, Christina, was the first village resident rate was $250.
Yeah.
And the non-resident rate was like $1,250.
Yeah, I know it was the Winstons when they had, right? Is that correct? The Winston Country Club back in the day?
When it was
Port Jeff,
Harbor
okay,
Hills.
yes.
But
But
the
even
Winstons owned
so,
it.
I think the non-residents that do play have probably one of the best deals around. So they really shouldn't be complaining. Thank you.
Easy does it.
Hi, I'm Joanne Yasso. I live at 101 Lowell Place. I do feel for the non-residents who feel that their costs are going up. We're all concerned that our costs are going up for the country club dues as well. However, when we moved here 36 years ago, we looked at 3 Village. We wanted to live in Stony Brook or Setauket. We chose Port Jefferson because we knew we were going to get this discount. I was not a golfer then. My husband was an avid golfer. We could not afford to even pay that membership for the first 5 years that we lived here because we were eating ramen every night. Okay? So we eventually were able to afford it, and we hope that that discount continues. And I agree with the speaker that just spoke. We got this country club for the residents, and we are very grateful that we have non-residents to play with as well. One of my best friends is a non-resident member. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. In addition to that, I have a suggestion, and my suggestion is the 9% that the village gets from lessons, I feel should be 9% from the weddings and the outside catering events that they do. I feel the 9% that the members pay in the turn or in a restaurant that we hope they have, that I feel should go back to the country club. So we change the closed loop slightly, okay? And I think in doing that, perhaps members will be more eager to spend their money in the turn or in the restaurant. Okay.
Thank you. Joanne, I'm going to just ask that you bring that to the CCMAC as an official request to look into. Did someone else want to have a question?
Yeah, John, I actually have a question. Part of your presentation, did you have additional ways to generate revenue, specific suggestions for the course to generate revenue, additional revenue? What were your suggestions? Like,
There are other opportunities. A missing link in your membership offering is initiation fees. A number of clubs, most clubs, have an initiation fee for those individuals joining the club for the first time. If you're a returning member every year, you don't pay a new initiation fee. That is an opportunity. I think there's some opportunity in the cost of guest fees or the cost of other rental items like range usage, locker usage, or other things.
Well, besides adding an additional burden financially onto membership,
Yeah.
did you come up with another way to generate revenue outside of burdening the advertising? I mean, this is your area of expertise. What I haven't heard you say is how can we generate, how do we generate more revenue without taxing the non-residents and the resident membership fees? Also adding an initiation fee. How do we, because that's what I thought you guys were going to, part of your presentation was going to be this evening, was going to be how we can generate more revenue. I mean, listen, I could sit down with anybody in this room and say, hey, let's raise the rates. That's simple. Like, I was looking for a more complex result from you that was going to tell us how we can generate revenue without having to put an additional financial burden on both the non-resident and resident members.
I think you'll see that in the larger report. Another opportunity is your Monday outings, how many outings that you have per year based on the number of open Mondays you have in peak season and shoulder season. That's another easy opportunity for you. But I think you'll find in the overall report there's a lot more information. I was originally told that I had a minute a slide, so 10 minutes and then maybe 10 or 15 minutes. So I tried to condense down the report. When I started to do the presentation, or thought about what the presentation might have been as a whole report, all of a sudden it was an hour-long discussion. So realizing that I had a time limit, I tried to condense it as best I could.
Let me follow up on Trustee Franco's question. If you looked at this project from a 360-degree angle, does it expand or does it remain finite? I mean, if you're looking at the industry, and you've worked in the industry for how long?
30 years.
30 years, and you've worked as a general manager at private and any municipally owned courses or public courses?
I've not personally been the general manager of a municipally owned property. I've been responsible for numerous municipally owned properties over the last 15 years.
So you presented quite a few approaches to having opportunities to gain revenue.
Mm-hmm.
I saw them. Are there much more than what we're looking at from an industry standard? We could sell sponsorships. We could, there are things, but I'm just wondering, are there magical ways are being referred to?
The short answer is there is no magic. There's no magic potion.
That rephrase that maybe a little bit. What are the levers that are possible to pull?
Right.
To move
so
that
generally,
EBITDA?
Generally, you're a golf-only facility. And if you want to continue to invest in other facilities, reestablish rackets, reconfigure or look at opportunities on the driving range, figure out better ways to utilize other areas and spaces on the campus, then yes, you can generate revenue. But a lot of those things also require an initial upfront capital investment to eventually get your return on investment. The primary difference between a club that's able to charge $15,000, $20,000 a year in dues is the entire amenity package. And so as a golf-only facility, and especially as a golf-only facility with very limited food and beverage, you do have handcuffs on. You also have to decide, as a village, if you want this to be a private club. Our recommendation would be yes, this should be a private club. But with that, would a private club advertise? And if so, what's the form of advertisement? Over the years, you've seen scorecards that have advertisements on the back of them. You have T markers that have advertisements under them. That's something you could do, but generally that's associated with public golf, and I'm not sure it's the image that you might want. It is an opportunity, but it's at the cost of the image of a private club experience. Your driving range is in a little bit of a limited capacity currently because of the length, because of the netting, because of how far people are hitting golf balls. If you want to continue in the current state, then you probably need to look at more limited flight balls, or you're going to eliminate people using drivers. However, there's a whole nother way that you could use that space in a driving range capacity, and some of that has been shared. So there's a lot of different things that could be considered. But again, the idea of maintaining a village-owned, resident-centric, private club experience, recognizing the value of the resident discount you have in place, then you have to look at the avenue streams most reliably successful, with the opportunity to put in cost measures that still maintain the member experience you want and potentially save the club and therefore the village money, and allow you to continually generate cash resources that allow you to reinvest in the infrastructure. Cart paths are coming, bunkers are coming, irrigation is coming, new equipment is coming, the cart lease is coming, all of those things, and that's not to mention the roof, the HVAC, and others. So it just appears that there might be a shortfall of capital dollars available into the future generated solely by the revenues of the club.
There's an anecdote that you mentioned yesterday, and it's just informational. It's not leading anywhere, but you referenced that a club that Kemper works with was able to purchase some surplus from Shinnecock or Southampton.
Yep.
So the U.S. Open is happening in
At
Shinnecock
Shinnecock this year.
So is it natural that the USGA invests in all this equipment and everything to help keep the course maintained at a very high level, and then they what was it, they surplus the
So generally, when there's a PGA Tour event that happens, especially a major golf event, they bring in tremendous resources above and beyond their current fleet. Usually the host club has the opportunity to purchase that equipment that the USGA or the PGA brings in, and then they have the ability to return used equipment or equipment coming off the lease. So yes, there has been that opportunity. That particular company was Toro. You generally use and prefer John Deere, it appears, but there are several different major equipment manufacturers. You know, just again, going back to procurement, there are certain levels of state savings opportunities in procurement in our industry. You get a state rate, that's great. But oftentimes there are other rate opportunities for large organizations, and that's where some of the procurement opportunities could potentially be that may not have come out as clearly in previous exploration.
So just an administrative role at Port Jefferson could potentially bring some of those, and I'm not saying employee, not employee, whatever it is, just an industry awareness, an industry reputation, and experience has awareness of these things. And no, I don't have awareness of those things. Does anybody on this board have awareness of those things? So we would vote on these things, but it's rare that we would identify these as opportunities, and it would be great to have a professional that has worked in the industry with that management experience, whether it's internal or whatever, to bring those types of savings and purchasing benefits, procurement benefits to our country club.
And it's very important for you to understand.
I don't want to be rude, but I think we've given this conversation a lot of time, and we have 2 more presentations before we get to public comment, so I think this board should be mindful of time.
Okay, does anybody else have any more questions? Did you want to make one last point, John?
My last point would be, Kemper Sports is not the only management company. We're not the only ones that could support you if you choose to go that route. There are a number of very, very good companies for the village to consider if that were a direction that the village chose to go in.
Mayor, if I could just address Trustee Franco's question to me. The inherited agreement says that in furtherance of its food and beverage service, catering service at the facilities, the concessionaire shall be entitled to schedule up to 2 foursomes per week on the golf course, free of charge, subject to availability of playing times and course conditions.
Subject to.
Thank you, David.
Yeah. All right, John, Jeff, thank you so much for your presentation. It's really thoughtful and thorough. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Next up is our grants consulting administrator, Lisa Matto, who has 2 slides, 1 minute per slide. Maybe 4. Thank you for being here, Lisa. This is your almost conclusion of your 2nd year here. You started in May of 2024, 24, 25, 26. Okay. Thanks to Gary Zamek, everyone. Everybody give a hand to Gary because so that was Gary's greatest contribution to the Village of Port Jefferson to introduce us to, so far, to introduce Lisa Matto to this village.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to come here tonight just to talk about my work since I've been here in the village. It's been almost 2 years. So far, in the 2 years, I have, for the village, applied for roughly $35 million worth of grants. Funds for those awards are pending. We have funds that have been awarded at $1.866 million, pending applications $25.7 million, and some denied or withdrawn account for $7.5 million. The wonderful thing about applying for so many grants is it's giving the village an opportunity to get a lot of capital funding to be taxpayer savings eventually. And through that, the mayor and the village has really worked really hard with coordinating with me through various committees, through sitting in and working with the other consultants in the district, the engineering consultants, project managers, the Department of Public Works. I've worked very closely with the planning department. We've done all these things so that I can hear the vision and the need of the village so that when I'm out there looking for grant funding, I have a direct, clear pathway of what we want. And so a lot of it is from board and the mayor trustees' direction that they're getting from committees, from FEMA relief, hazard mitigation measures, new initiatives, strategic partnerships, various village committees. I attend the 25th anniversary committee. I've worked with members from the BID who are on the Economic
Opportunity Task Force.
Economic Opportunity Task Force. I have had some contact with various other like walkability studies and other committees that are really focused on the safety of the village, which is of the utmost importance also, and working with the village engineers. Total funds applied for since May of 2024. There are 2 types of grants that are out there. There are competitive and non-competitive. Competitive grant applications are roughly $33 million. They range from various departments from the state level, as you can see listed, to federal, our FEMA grants that the village has as well, and then we have Brookhaven Town and we have Suffolk County that we've applied for. New grant funding awarded to date, we have received $917,000 so far of those competitive grants that we applied for. We are still waiting to hear for a bunch more. So when you're a competitive grant application, some of the things that factor into that gain more points when you're actually applying for a grant are if you're an economically disadvantaged community, which Port Jefferson is not, so we lack the points in that area, or if you're tribal or rural lands, if you are cite federal, state, county, town, or local plans and studies, and that's where we do get a lot of points because this village has taken part in many of the studies that have been done and have village areas of need written into these plans. In Suffolk County, I recently had to use that for some congressional funding that we've asked for. In the DRI application that we did for the New York State, which is potentially $10 million that can come in for village downtown upgrades. If you remember, we had in the fall, we were taking a lot of community feedback for ideas of ways to improve the area. So having had so much support from the village, be a part of those committees and be incorporated into those plans has given us those points in our different funding applications, which is a very good thing, and that should continue. And then it's also the ability for the village to be able to match. A lot of these competitive grants very rarely have 100% where they contribute. Most of them are 75%, 80%, some 90%, some 50%, meaning that they'll give you 50% of the total project cost, but the village would have to come up with the other 50%. That's why we really have to pick and choose what grants we actually apply for, because you gotta, you want to fund things that the village absolutely needs, because it ultimately is also going to come on the backs of the taxpayer for substantial projects. The non-competitive grants applications, those are things like when we had, for example, the FEMA August storm. That's a non-competitive. That simply means that if you fill out the proper paperwork, follow through, attend regular meetings with whatever state or federal agency that is, accompanying the grant, or the town or the village, we will be awarded the funding. And the wonderful thing that I've been able to do for the past 2 years is develop some key relationships with various people at the FEMA level, at the state level, at the county, at the town. So much so that if I call one of their numbers, they know it's me right away. I'm like on their speed dial, my name comes right up. And the wonderful thing is I can now reach out to them and I can ask them questions before I'm doing an application. They will give me advice. They will help me instantly. They answer emails very, very quickly. That's all been to the benefit of the village when we're applying for different things. I've also had the county, the town, contact me and say, hey, we're about to post this grant. I think this might be good for the village. And so I all of a sudden get an in, okay, I can do that right away. Because some grants come with a 60-day turnaround to apply. Recently, the Lolota's office gave us 10 days to apply for that grant, which was a little short. And Schumer's office gave us 3 weeks, which basically was pretty quick as well. But most of the time, we have 60 days or so, which is a great opportunity because I now then can work with the mayor, with the key personnel that work in the village and the engineers, and we discuss it at regular meetings. I mean, the mayor has set up a very good chain of communication and openness, and then I can regularly speak and go to committees and hear what's needed, so that I can go out and look, which I'm grateful for.
And the fact that you do it, we appreciate.
When I came to the village, there were many, many grants that date back all the way to 2015 that, for unknown reasons, paperwork were never filed. The process was never continued once they received the award letter. And so the first year or so that I started with the village was reaching out for all these different grants that we received awards for and following through with the appropriate paperwork, working very closely with the clerk, the treasurer's office to get the needed documents, to get executed contracts and or executed disbursement agreements, which is all money that's coming into the village that was anticipated. A lot of the work had already been done or was promised to be done and didn't get done yet. But having been able to get those executed contracts, we've been able to start many of the projects that you see up there. Some of the FEMA COVID one was simply the management fees. The asterisk indicates that we actually received the funding into the village that we've gotten the checks for. Old Homestead, Crystal Brook Hollow recharge basin. That one was a big one that started way back when it was Isaiah, I believe, that storm. Ida. That we did receive $1 million into the village. That work is complete now, and that recharge basin is fixed. Then 4567 is Hurricane Isaiah. Again, that was the last bit, was the management costs at $6,500. We received that. We currently have the executed contract and are done with the 4480 flood study. We've gotten partial payments, like 2 out of 3. So that should close very soon, that $315,000. And that study has allowed us to apply for some significant financial requests from Schumer and Lalota's office. WRDA, which is the...
What is it, Kyle?
Water Resources Development Act?
There you go. Okay, so that between the mayor and the village engineers, they applied for having the projects that came from that study incorporated in that act. And if it comes through, that will open up the door for the village. I was told by that office, the Senator, Congressman Lalota's office, that could open up $80 million worth of funding that can come in to fund those huge projects.
The flood study
The
plan.
flood study projects, which I'm very excited about. We also then, a lot of the grants, like when you ask multiple offices, or federal and the state and the town and the county all at one time. So we then turned around and took this information and I made a request to FEMA, who then gave us support letters so that we can now also incorporate those three major projects, over $27 million worth of projects in the congressional funding that Schumer is offering. So we've just applied for that last week.
To get support from DISHES, from the Department of Homeland Security, that administers the grants for New York State for FEMA, has to be huge.
It was, and thank God the deputy mayor was there to sign the letter and get me going really quickly, because that was literally a week's. It was very good. So again, the FEMA Coastal Resiliency East Beach Bluff, during my tenure, all of a sudden I was able to get us the executed contract. That was kind of in the winds for a while. This is phase 2, which we have not started yet. That will come soon, the engineering report, before that gets going. But that's going to potentially bring another almost $4 million back into the village for the repairs to that. And then we have Suffolk County, the omnibus. That's funding for Drowned Meadow Cottage Museum. I've gotten $15,000 for those 2 years. Unfortunately, some of that funding got cut, and now those grants are now down to $5,000 a year. And that's partially because their budget at the county level was cut, but then also use it or lose it applies. So at the time, the Drowned Meadow did not use all the funds, and so when the county recognizes that, then they go, oh, then you must need less, and then you get offered less the next time. Again, these are non-competitive. I didn't have to apply for it. It's kind of like an automatic, and the letter comes and says, hey, you've been awarded this much, and this is what you need to do. Then we had our New York State charging stations. That was dating back to 2017. And the village had not gotten reimbursed for the last Baker's Alley stations that were put in there. So I had done the paperwork and the proper procedures. And then we have gotten reimbursed already the $21,000. And then you've got the town of Brookhaven CDBG. That funds the senior program. And I've got, the past 2 years I've gotten 30,000 for that. Continue to apply for that. And then we also apply for other things like the tennis court walkways, which are considered competitive. They didn't have to give us that funding, but we were lucky enough to get that. And then we piggyback that off of the county. So that entire project was the village didn't have to put out any money for, because both of the county and the Brookhaven piggybacked together and paid the whole thing. We will be applying for more. If you'll see later on, I have a list. And then some of the competitive ones, the New York State Empire, the PJ Commons, that's been awarded $2 million. They have not reimbursed us for that yet because the demolition still has not happened yet, but that's coming in the next few months. New York State Empire Regional Capital Fund for Station Street. Station Street, I believe that grant was from 2019. That was built already. The village did put out the funding for that. And I was finally able to get us a disbursement agreement that was just like 3 weeks ago. So now we're in the process of filling out the paperwork to actually get the funding, which will bring in $306,000, hopefully by June, I'm hoping. And then Tooker House funding, that paperwork with Dasney was astronomical. And what that grant was, and it dates back, I don't even know how far back that went.
2021, 2022.
But everything expires with Dasney. So even house appraisal, like that had to be redone. All those things had to be redone that the village had to do, which are expensive. So now we have that funding is up to date. And we have not finished that process, but we are very close. Suffolk County Downtown Revitalization. This is for the indoor blend light crosswalks. We're working with the chamber with that as well. And thank you for the support that we get there. And we will be applying for more areas in the process of filling out an application for walkways to continue all the way past Mill Creek with some drainage areas there. We'll be applying for the village. New York State Climate Resiliency, that is complete. We have submitted the application for the plan. The state is saying they would like some revisions, so we went ahead. They paid the grant. They reimbursed the village $82,500. We, in the meantime, then applied for a new grant for local waterfront revitalization plan because we want to get this plan approved, because then that opens up the door for even more grant funding, the more plans that you have that are approved by the state. So we just were awarded a new grant to continue that process. So once that award letter comes out in the mail, we will begin that process and have a kickoff meeting and continue fine-tuning that plan, which also gives us an opportunity to add the flood study initiatives and projects into that plan, which brings it all around, and that's multiple plans that those important events will be all in there, all those projects, which is extremely important. And then another big one was the Dasney DPW expansion grant. Again, that was a grant to build that emergency response center that's attached to DPW. It was done, but they didn't have an executed contract, so years ago. So there was the process of filling out the paperwork to get the executed contract and then the disbursement agreement. And then we were given the $450,000 a couple months ago, which
with
was
help from Senator Palumbo.
Yes.
Because it was appropriated when
it was a different, yeah.
It was appropriated when there was a Republican majority in the Senate that shifted, so it was very difficult to get that money at a time when there was a Democratic majority. But Senator Palumbo actually
stepped up and fought for it.
Yep.
I'm sorry this is so small.
We can't even go through this, Lisa.
I know.
We
I'm
can't.
not even going to.
Just jump.
I gave it to you.
This is her work product. So if anybody wants to see it, you can certainly ask for it. The clerk will provide it.
Just, so basically, in the just under 2 years that I've been here, I've applied for roughly 30 new grants. So, and 2, I'm in the work. Just March alone, we applied for 8. So, I mean, the wonderful thing is I'm focusing on the needs of the village from important meetings and committees that are suggesting what the village needs. And so, and then I work with them to get support. Like we just, through the 250th, we applied for Strong Homestead Park to create a beautiful park there. So we just applied for that grant, roughly $1 million. So I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, but the basics is looking for hazard mitigation, capital improvements, downtown revitalization, main focus, safety issues and concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa, I don't want to,
Actually, there is one in there about for the irrigation that
Yeah.
we applied for.
Lisa,
that one's
I
Long Island Sound Study. Yes, I'm sorry.
just wanted to make you aware that we were able to get the CEC RFI in on time.
Perfect.
So to pile more stuff on your plate, I expect.
Yes, so that should
some
open up
opportunity
soon. Yes, they
for the
take
clean
they take
energy communities.
Yes, they take in
yeah.
feedback from the villages, and then they'll put out
Right.
their grant application, and we'll see what
Yeah.
what we got going on there for
Yeah.
energy.
Thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you for everything, Lisa. And I just want to ask, we're still on the lookout for the Safe Streets for All grant, because I know that was
Yes.
very important to the walkability task force with the Civic Association.
Yes, and yes, that is on my radar. I'm on part of their listserv. As soon as it posts, which it has not yet, it should be soon, any day, with a typical due date of June. What will happen is once that posts, and I can look at the application and what's required, first step would be to do a study, and that's what the grant would be for, is the application for the funding to prepare a study. And then if that's awarded and we have the proper plan, then the second year is you go for funding for that. But we've also included, Hayduck did a walkability study in 2023, I believe. And then following that, some of the DRI grant applications and the ones I just sent for Schumer and Lolota all have traffic studies, things like that, that are all about safety and park rehabilitation. All of those upgrades are all included in those, because those are all, significant for the village and much needed. Welcome.
Thank
Lisa,
you.
Just one question. First off, thank you so much for all you do. You've really done a great
Thank
job
you.
for the village. But if we could talk another time, I just want to know what it was to be Gary's supervisor, right? To be in charge of Gary.
No
I've
problem.
spoken
Yes,
to-
I was Gary's principal for
I've
12
spoken
years.
to his wife, and that's a struggle. So I'm.
Yes,
we're
I
gonna
see
have
her
to
back
talk.
there. Oh, he's a good guy. He had the best scores, I'll tell you that right now. His kids performed outstandingly. 6th grade.
So his head's going to get big.
I refuse to give him any credit. It's enough. It's enough.
All
I'll
right,
have
thank
to
you.
hear
Thank
him
you.
for the whole year.
Thanks so much. Next up, we have our treasurer to present the budget process and timeline for the Village of Port Jefferson.
All right, and we do, as part of this presentation, have a couple of, I just have some preliminary remarks to make about what's gone into this. So first of all, good evening and thank you for still being in the room. Our village process is governed by clear New York State law. And tonight's presentation is about making that process transparent so everyone in the room and at home understands where we are, what happens next, and what productive participation looks like. Under village law, department heads submit budget estimates, which are compiled into a tentative budget that must be filed by March 20th with the clerk. It's called stamping it in. The treasurer and I admitted as a courtesy each trustee in to review the draft of the tentative budget prior to the original filing. The tentative budget is then formally presented to the Board of Trustees by March 31st. This year we did it on March 20th, and then made available to the public on the same day for review and comment before anything is finalized, and I imagine that's what many of you are here to talk about. What we're discussing now is the legally required starting point for board review and community input, not a finished product. Because of that structure, it's premature and out of process for trustees to post on social media suggesting the budget is done before they have completed their own detailed review with their assigned departments. The right time for trustees to roll up their shirt sleeves is now. Sit down with department heads, ask hard questions, work through alternatives so any proposed changes are informed and responsible. And with that, we will have your comments and input to take into consideration as well. For the trustee without assigned departments, please join your colleagues in their departmental meetings and participate in shaping solutions rather than commenting from the outside. By our next work session, which is April 8th, we expect every trustee to come prepared with specific, educated recommendations, whether to reduce, increase, reallocate spending, together with an explanation of how those changes will affect the residents and how you propose to manage those impacts. We'll then use the work session on the 8th and the public hearing inputs as the proper venues to debate those proposals in the open, take resident input, make final adjustments by May 1. So there's still a lot of runway here. My ask tonight of trustees, of residents, is that we respect this process, we keep conversations grounded in facts and timelines, and focus our energy on constructive solutions rather than performative social media posts that bypass the very process designed to give you a voice. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to preamble. Stephen, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Board, members of the public. Thought it was important to put together a process slideshow to go through what the legally mandated budget process is per village law, which is found in 5.500 to 508, and also how the village acted within that time frame and what was allowable for village law. So per village law, by February 8th is when all of the department heads would get a request. We would send them these worksheets for them to fill out with their expenses, their expected revenues, if there are any for their departments, and to begin to look at their own budgets with the eyes of what they know while managing their departments. There is nobody better to understand what the departments need rather than the department heads that run them on a day-to-day basis every single day. So as the treasurer, I rely on the department heads and their expertise to fill those requests out. So those have to be sent out to all the department heads by February 8th. We actually started this process officially in January, but even before that in December, to get them to start to think about what their actual expense might be for the next year, what their capital requests might be, and what projects might be upcoming that they might want to or need to get done with the next year's budget.
I'm just going to give a little additional color to this. So, for example, getting costs down on paper early. We can see what's realistic, what needs adjustment before we go down too far down the road, right? And we went through 2 iterations of that. We reviewed, we asked questions, we made changes before the state mandated requirement to stamp it in. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Stephen, before you proceed, when did you receive the proposed budgets from the department heads?
It's on the next slide, trustee.
Thank you, sir.
So by March 1st, all the department heads are to submit their requests to the budget officer. In this case, I was tasked with collating everything to the treasurer. We actually received the majority of all of these requests in February. And those discussions have been going back and forth from December, January, February with the department heads on what they might need. To answer your question, Trustee Franco.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah.
Sorry, the deadline was March 1st. They were submitted in February.
Correct.
Do you know, were they all submitted on the same day or?
No, it came in over time. It came in over time. Not every department head submitted on the exact same day. but they were all coming in at February because I asked them to make sure they stayed on top of it, and they did. And we also, that's when we started setting up the in-person meetings with all the department heads to review their requests to see what made sense and what didn't.
And the other thing is, these estimates show us both sides of the ledger, right? It shows the revenues and the expenses. We have to keep those flat. The treasurer is not the only one who reviews everything, looking for places where we're overspending and doing comparatives. I also want to acknowledge the fact that the Budget and Finance Committee has been along for this ride at every step of the way, and I want to acknowledge them just briefly. If you could just raise your hands. We've got Bill Gatta, we've got Renee Tidwell. That's it from the Budget Committee, but I just want to do a shout out to them because they were an important part of that review.
Stephen, when did the meetings start? Were they in February also, or was that in March? With the department
February.
heads? They were in February?
The first round of them was in February.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And thank you also to the Budget and Finance Committee members that are here. They're volunteers. We spend a lot of time together on the tri-weekly meetings, if that's even the right term, every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So their expertise and their insight is very valuable, and they have the best interests of the village at heart. So once all of the department requests come in, they're collated. By the mandate is by March 20th, a tentative budget must be prepared and filed in the office of the clerk, distributed to the trustees, and made available to the public. So we started after March 1st, after the first meetings with department heads. We put all of the requests together. We looked at it. We looked at what the request spends were. And then we said we have to go back to the department heads, and we have to see where else we can find savings because it's just untenable. We had a second round of discussions with all the department heads, and they were gracious enough to really sit down and take their time to go through every single item again and to figure out, is this really needed? Are these the right numbers? Are these what are required for me to run my department effectively, efficiently for the village? So we did all of that by the beginning of March, started putting together an actual Excel spreadsheet basically with all of the revenues and expenses, and you have to go through it multiple times because it's a big sheet to make sure that it ties. You have to make sure your revenues tie out to your expenses. So we had a tentative document prepared that was eventually stamped in by the 19th. As Trustee Ugrinsky said, the mayor requested that the Commissioner of Finance and myself sit down with all of the trustees ahead of time to make sure there was a reach out to review what would be the substance of that tentative budget prior to it being stamped in officially and then put on through the clerk's office and then put online. So that was all done. That was done on the 19th. From the 20th to the 31st, per state law, by March 31st, the clerk has to formally present the tentative budget to the trustees. I believe they all have an official copy of the tentative budget. So thank you, Clerk Perillo, for making sure that was done. That deadline's March 31st.
Can you just go back?
Sure.
1 second. All right. So this is the presentation that kicks off the trustee review period, right? It sets the stage for public input and sets the stage for each of the trustees to have conversations with the department heads and support the recommendations in an educated fashion, not perhaps on Facebook, and allows them the time to truly understand what's in each department's budget. And if there are, I am absolutely certain that each of them will help sharpen the pencil a little bit and make, scholarly and reasonable recommendations so that this truly is a collective product.
Thank you, Trustee Ugrinsky. The next major deadline is April 15th. So The public hearing has to happen by April 15th, per state law. It can be adjourned from day to day, but no further past April 20th, I believe is the rest of that language. Our public hearing will be April 8th at 6 p.m. here at Village Hall. It was noticed in February. The board approved the announcement of the public hearing on January 28th with resolution 3-12826. So all of that was done in accordance with state law.
Yeah, and tonight is not the only time that you get to provide input. I encourage you to review it. I encourage you to provide written comments as well. Concerns about spending or priorities or tax impacts that matter to you. Your comments inform the final decisions and will make the budget better. So one last comment is this is democracy in action. Open dialogue, clear explanations, respectful debate before final decisions are made. Go ahead, Stephen.
Hold on, Stephen. Unless you alert the community about the budget on a media avenue that many people in this community use, Facebook. So I understand that Trustee Ugrinsky has made several comments about Facebook. I will continue to alert the community on things that are going on in this village. And I'm sorry that she doesn't like that. But I will continue, when there's a 26.62% increase, I'm gonna let you guys know. And if they don't like it, I'm sorry, that's too bad.
I think the only implication I had trouble with the Facebook post was the sense that it was a final budget, which it is far from being. And that's... Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stephen.
So the final statutory deadline is you have to pass a budget by May 1st. The board has to vote to adopt a budget by May 1st. Currently, that is expected for the Board of Trustees meeting on April 29th for a resolution to adopt a budget. If the board does not or fails to adopt a budget by May 1st, the tentative budget, as has been amended by resolution, automatically becomes the final budget for the village at that point.
I think the point is we collectively have a lot of work to do. I'm sorry, Bob.
So in
Please.
other words, what we have is a tentative budget, what was presented to us on the 19th or the 20th, could be the final budget if this board doesn't make any changes.
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Or fails to agree to vote on a budget. If we can't pass a budget, the proposed budget becomes the budget.
If there is no vote for an adopted budget, the tentative budget, as has been amended by resolution, automatically becomes the final budget.
I can't remember that ever happening before. Has it ever happened in your experience? You've been in Greenport, you've been here. Would that ever happen?
It hasn't, no.
Do you remember, Bob, in your experience once? When was that? And why? Do you remember why?
2000.
I can't imagine with the feedback that we're getting so far, that's not happening. It's just not happening.
It's not happening because a majority of the board has already told the public that it's not happening.
Well, that's okay, but you could have told us too.
I did tell you.
But you have to stamp in a tentative budget. Anyway, point is, it's a good opportunity for 3 people sitting at this board who didn't talk to department heads to really understand their requests and understand what you're going to do to come back and even refine what you've provided. Because your feedback was welcome. It was welcome.
Absolutely.
And it always
not until
is.
after the stamped budget. Not until after your recommended budget was.
It's a tentative process. It has to happen that way.
No, it doesn't. Does the New York State law preclude trustee input before the tentative budget?
Absolutely not. And Trustee Hill, I will remind you that everybody who has a department that submitted a budget was aware that that was happening and had every opportunity to participate in those conversations.
No.
And interview your department
No,
heads.
in our February meeting, everyone can go back and watch the tape. You said that we would talk to department heads after the tentative budget. When we met before the tentative budget, the recommended budget, the proposed budget was submitted to the clerk, I offered to make budget amendments because I did not think that this budget would sit well with the public. And the answer I got was no. I actually asked twice because I was surprised by that. The answer was no twice, that we had to wait until after this budget was put in, submitted to the clerk.
What I remember saying 2 weeks ago was asking if any of you have talked to your department heads, if
It
you
was a
got
month ago
feedback
at the
from
February
them.
meeting.
But even in the work session 2 weeks ago. So
Yeah, but a month
it's-
ago at the work session, sorry, a month ago at the public meeting, you said we should talk to our department heads after the submitted budget.
I have to go
That
back
is
to
the normal process, but there was nothing.
So why are you
So
yelling
hang
at
on.
us for not meeting with our department heads
Trustee
when
Hill,
you told us that to meet with them after the state's
Trustee
budget?
Hill, I've met with my department and worked through the budget, and that was
You're
not
the only
part
one
of
that's
what,
actually met with the department heads and worked through the budget, is my understanding.
but I'm not certain why that's okay.
Just to address an
I don't
issue.
think it is. I think maybe we're agreeing on that then.
Yeah.
Just to address
Yes, we
an-
agree that you all should have had
Do so now
departmental
and bring it back in a
conversations with the
constructive
people that
manner.
you work with and meet with every week.
So just to address an issue, during the organizational meeting, the mayor, after we put out a few posts alerting the community, she made some statements referencing to this to be gaslighting and political. What I would say is political is not assigning a trustee, me, a department. See, you see how they're only looking to the left side of the room because the mayor, in a political fashion, did not assign me a department. So I don't have a department to go over. So the trustee Ugrinsky is saying, meet with the department heads. Well, I don't have one to meet with. And trustee Ugrinsky never stood up and said, Mayor, give trustee Franco a department to oversee. But she'll rail today that you don't go over your department head. She'll make a comment in her opening statement in regards to, well, there's one trustee who doesn't have a department. It's embarrassing with the backhanded slap. Listen, I work very hard for this community, and I will continue. But you want to talk about political gaslighting? Well, it's sitting at the head of this dais because I still don't understand a reason. I remember Trustee Ugrinsky telling me I needed training wheels. You need to learn. It's so insulting. And I bring a lot of quality to this village, and I will continue to do it. But to listen to these shenanigans about meeting with department heads when I wasn't even assigned a department, I'd love to hear the mayor's opinion on why she never assigned me a department.
When I was a trustee, I met with department heads that I wasn't assigned.
I
no
could
restriction.
actually
There's no
share
restriction.
my personal experience. So I was on the Budget and Finance Committee for a year before I ran for trustee. Okay, so when I came in, it was a natural transition to do that. But I have to tell you, I didn't even know where the bathrooms were for about the first 6 months to 9 months in terms of how to work with all of the departments, et cetera. And I believe that your assignment, or lack thereof, was only a reflection of giving you a chance to speak with everyone and get some sea legs under you, as I did. As, well, I believe Kyle did too.
Listen, everyone on this board that's sitting here today, when they were a freshman trustee, were assigned a department. So
Respectfully, no one cares about the liaison assignmentships right now.
I
Can we get back
understand,
to
but
talking about the budget?
I just couldn't take any more of listening to this meet with your department head when they don't, listen, and the political gamesmanship that goes on here, rather than doing the business of the village.
We're just trying to get a budget done.
So,
actually.
Stephen, let me ask you, the tentative budget, if the board had not voted to pierce the tax cap, how would that have affected this?
Oh, yeah.
How so?
There would have. I'm not entirely certain, based off of what I've seen, how I would have been able to close the gaps without not abiding by state GASB standards and general accounting principles in terms of offsetting revenues and expenses. It would have been monumentally difficult and painful to services to the village in that case.
And it would have resulted in a vastly different tentative budget.
Yes.
Well,
And
what
to the
was
best
the
of your
gap?
memory, when
What
did-
was the gap? Sorry, Trustee Hill.
When we started this process, with the initial request from the department heads, our initial gap was $2.6 million. And when we went back to the department heads, we asked them to cut an additional, we were able to get $800,000 cut from their requests, from what they thought that they needed. And, you know, this is coming from, the department heads know what they need, right? They know what they need.
But
They
for
s-
this, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just to get to the question.
Sure.
For the current tentative
Yes, ma'am.
budget, what is the gap from the to remain under the tax cap versus what the budget is proposed as right now? What would we have to eliminate if we were to stay under the tax cap?
So-
It was the tax
So
cap.
the state would have allowed us to raise taxes of approximately $163,000. So the gap would be almost $1.7 million.
How much did we lose from the LIPA glide path?
This year alone was $115,000.
So actually, it's even more difficult because that's not negotiable. That's non-discretionary to
Correct.
cut. So we'd have to cut services funding by how much?
We'd have to cut expenses by $1.7 million.
To be under the tax cap.
Correct.
And that, to your point on your, you know, in the email that you sent to us, it's a pretty wide gap.
What were the main drivers, Stephen? Can you share that? Like, there's a significant portion that's non-discretionary and
Yes.
discretionary. Can you
Yeah, I can
please
speak
speak
to that. Thank you, Trustee Ugrinsky. So when we were putting the budget together, we were looking at essentially a $1.2 million expense increase, just on expenses. Of that $1.2 million, $975,000 of that 1.2 was payroll, benefits, debt service. It was liabilities and payroll. And it's medical costs are going up. Their union contract was approved in June. There's non-represented employees that have budgeted, potential budgeted raises. There's debt service basically kind of remained flat. The lease amount kind of remained flat, but with payroll increases, you have FICA increases. That was about $40,000. We were looking at a $40,000 retirement payment increase because the state retirement system increased the percentages that each tier has to pay into. So that has an effect. The more payroll you have, the more money the state requires to make sure that the pension stays flush and that they can continue to make the pension payments and not be any kind of fiscal stress on the state level. So all of those factors, and the medical insurance alone is a $500,000 increase in itself. There's a variety of factors for that. So 1.2 million on the expenses, and on the revenue side, we were looking at approximately $600,000 to $700,000 drop in some of our other revenues that we had brought in this year. One of the things that we did last year going through the budget process is that we had some unspent capital projects or capital projects that brought in more revenue than we had expended, and the village was required to restrict those funds to offset debt. Those are one-time revenues. That was $380,000 built into this year's budget. That goes away. That doesn't exist anymore.
You may remember me mentioning that is finding all the coins in the couch cushions. That was a one-time deal last year when we were having this conversation. And that's what he's referring to.
Right. There's also bank interest rates. You know, there's expected cuts at the Fed level. We're going to continue to lose revenue based off of how much money we have invested in the bank. And I've worked tirelessly to try and figure out how to move money around to make sure we maximize those profits. But it's the Fed votes to decrease basis points. That has an effect directly on village revenue and country club revenue for that matter as well, for their investments. So this actually plays, the country club as well, dealing with all the exact same factors: medical costs, retirement, FICA, everything.
Stephen, when did you know?
I just want to recap
sorry.
some of the points you made. So you said 1.2 million in just expenses that we really had limited to no control over, correct?
Yes.
And 975,000 of that was payroll, benefits, debt service.
Right.
500 million was medical cost increases.
Just alone, yes.
And when did you have an idea that those were coming down the pipe?
I've been getting new information up till the point that I was able to do the tentative budget. So there's factors involved with the medical insurance that you can come on and off the insurance. There's increases when we have vacancies that are open. You have to budget at the full level until you know otherwise. Because if you budget at the lower amount and then somebody comes in and they say, actually, I'm taking the full amount, now you're out that money. The best budgeting practices don't include one-off revenues. They include budgeting conservatively for your worst-case scenarios within reason, and being conservative on your revenue, because if you budget from year to year, like for one year, like this year, we got 127,000 in FEMA aid provided due to the August rainstorm. Now, we use that money to offset expenses already paid out of the general fund, but also storm drain cleaning. We used 86,000 of those funds to clean 43 storm drains in accordance with our MS4 requirements that we have to have a storm drain cleaning management program. The village has almost 600 storm drains throughout the village. So that's a cost that now it was funded one time by FEMA, but now it is built into the budget at $86,000 to continue to clean these storm drains to prevent and help mitigate flooding issues. So that's another revenue that dropped. So when you see
going back to these built-in expenses, when should we have known that we were going to exceed the $162,000 that would have been underneath the tax cap?
that started coming together probably once we started really looking at in February and January and putting together some of this information. Now, it's never, unless you know for sure that certain vacancies are staying in the budget, certain are not. Maybe something's filled in between that time, and you know what those amounts are. It's difficult to predict that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think.
But I heard you say February and January, right? And we voted on going beyond the 2% tax cap February 25th. So my understanding is that Village Hall, the administration would have known that we were set, no matter what we wanted to do, to pierce the tax cap by the time that we voted on it, correct?
We didn't have a fully aggregated budget.
You wouldn't have
at
needed
that point.
to if you only would have needed $164,000 worth of increased costs to know that.
We didn't know if that was going to come from other expense savings at that point.
But it's a good point, Trustee Hill.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I personally was not putting those dots together. I wasn't putting that together as a justification for the resolution. I didn't, and never have, and I didn't this time either. So I'll admit that. I guess it was dots I didn't put together. Anybody sitting at this table might have been able to, the treasurer might have been able to mention it to us, but those of us with more experience and whatnot in this process might have, chimed in, but.
Well, I actually asked, are we anticipating
But
going beyond the 2%
I don't think I had
the
that
2%
number at
tax
the
cap?
time, and I couldn't answer it. But I don't know
it
what.
does seem like there would have been the information to have that answer.
Like I said, I didn't know the answer.
I think we can debate this all night. The one thing
I
I
think
do
the
want
debate's
to
over on
point
that.
out is that every year we have that same resolution every year in case we have to. So we haven't had to use it, and this year we'll
would have
see.
known.
But
We would have-
it kind of looks like we will.
We would have known last month.
Stephen, did you know that we were going to go over $164,000 when we voted on February 25th?
I knew what the gap was at the time. I didn't know if that was going to be a solid number because I hadn't gone back and re-met with the department heads. I hadn't looked, I hadn't really chewed on it to see if there was any possibility.
Yes or no?
Yes.
You did know. Okay. So my question is, we had a work session, and we had that board meeting. Why was that not represented to the board prior to us making that vote? That information is pertinent. And obviously, if you knew it, the Commissioner of Finance knew it because you guys work hand in hand. I'm not sure why we were not told prior to making that vote. And it's enough, Stephen. You gave me the answer that I knew. I just wanted to hear someone say it.
All right, so going forward now. So we have the tentative budget, it's stamped in, it's official. We change it by board vote, right? We can amend it by
Yes, that's what's
board vote,
required, yeah.
right.
That's what we're planning on doing on the 8th, right?
Until
Yes, we are.
May 1st, if need be.
Absolutely.
Well, we have to vote on it April 29th.
Right.
So.
By May 1st, it has to, yeah. We have to vote on it. Well, there's a vote on it, yeah. I lost my other question, so it'll
I'll
come
just
back,
say,
I'm
it
sure.
wasn't, I mean, notwithstanding the tax cap vote, which is routine every year, I voted it down when I was voting as a trustee. I voted no, not to pierce the tax cap. For the same reasons, I think that Trustee Hill says no. I only assume that's true. But it doesn't negate the fact that we have a deficit to make up of $900,000. And it also doesn't negate the fact that there are services and needs in departments, which we'll go through on April 8th with your feedback and resident feedback and department head feedback, because that's a three-legged stool that we have to work with to get this budget to where it needs to be. And this is not, this is not a money grab or cloth, pulling the sheets over anybody's eyes. It's not a shell game. We did a whole review of the capital, of where the capital fund stood in the village, corrected a lot of inaction and inactivity and misactivity with these budgets over the past number of years, which we inherited from the former administration, and we spent 3 years correcting, and now we are finally at a point where we know where we are, thanks in large part we can attest to, because the Budget and Finance Committee has reviewed everything every step of the way. And these are CPAs. These are financial experts. This is a chief operating officer at a major Suffolk County Community College educational program with thousands and thousands and thousands of students and millions and millions and millions in budgetary responsibility. In addition to that, we have who else? We had Eunice Morano, who was
We had a municipal auditor who was instrumental in the 3 years of work that went into
This was not a
correcting
job by
all
the
of this.
treasurer and Trustee Ugrinsky, the Commissioner of Finance. This was a concerted effort and with contributions by residents, department heads, employees, staff, whoever wanted to get involved. And if we're involving volunteers, your elected officials, you're invited to attend those Budget and Finance Committee meetings on a regular basis. It's open for anyone to attend sitting at this board. So let's not pretend this is a shell game. And this is deceitful. This is really open and transparent accounting, financially responsible work that it took us years to get to this point. So I thank the Budget and Finance Committee. I thank our community for their interest and involvement. And I appreciate in advance the feedback that we get on this tentative budget between now, the public hearing, at the public hearing and work session, and anything that gets us to a final product that helps us maintain our services. You just heard from our grant administrator, who we are working diligently and spending hours and hours and hours trying to find funding so that we aren't deferring critical maintenance anymore, to put plans into action with funding from the federal government, state government, county government, town government. It's not nothing. We're working hard, and we're working hard to offset a lot of these costs. So we welcome your participation going forward. Any other questions for Stephen? All right, Stephen,
No,
thank
I
you.
just want to say thank you for the work you did putting this together. So it's much appreciated.
Thank you, and thank you to the department heads, one of whom is here, you know, for all of their work, you know, with me to put this together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen.
Now, I'd like to welcome the public to address the Board of Trustees. Is there anyone who would like to public comment? Barbara Sabatino. Wait your turn, Suzanne.
Barbara Sabatino, 2 Westview Avenue. I'd like to thank Trustee Ugrinsky for your intro to the budget process. It's difficult. There's always things that you have no control over: health insurance, regular insurance, pensions, and it's a difficult job. And just to give you all a heads up, when you get Social Security and they give you the cost of living increase, the majority will be eaten up by Medicare. So think of that as a lesson of what you just went through with insurance and so on. Okay, so on March 19th, we had a planning board meeting. And prior to the meeting starting and being broadcast on YouTube, some of the microphones were missing batteries or had to have batteries changed. So the village had ordered the batteries, but they weren't in-house at that time. So one of the planning staff ran up to CVS and out of his own pocket bought batteries and came back. So I just want to make sure, Treasurer Gafka, that he gets his $15 and change back in and after all that, $15 and change is not a lot of money. Did he get it? It's in process? Thank you so much.
This board will have to approve his expense report.
And I told him get a receipt, and I am witness, and he should even get a roundup for gas. So on the subject of microphones, we burn a lot of batteries. And I think I was shocked that the people who run this and put it on YouTube didn't supply the batteries. So I was told that, no, it's the village. Perhaps they can keep some extra in their pocket should this happen again, and then they can get reimbursed. Or maybe we need to, this is a bad time to bring it up, maybe we can upgrade the equipment in a couple of years when we're a little bit more flush, but something to keep in the back of your mind. Okay, so I also want to thank the trustees for keeping the parking meters at $1 an hour. And even though the intention was to free up spaces by having people get in their cars and leave, that's also working against the businesses, because people will say, well, Either we can put in 3, 6, 9 more dollars, spend a couple more hours, or we can get in the car and go home. And when people get in the car and go home, that's less people walking around the village and perhaps buying things. Okay, so Dr. Kasari's letter, which you were kindly reading into the, thank you. Okay, just to let everybody at home and everybody here know, his letter was printed in the Port Jeff Village Record this week. So if anybody wants to find out exactly what Dr. Kasari was saying, it's there, and he's always thoughtful in what he says. Okay, and I think that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. So-
Good evening. My name is Dr. Suzanne Velasquez. I'm speaking as a resident of 208 East Broadway, Port Jefferson Village. I want to address and enter into the record a series of deeply disturbing actions by Village DPW employees and the total lack of response from this administration regarding a formal complaint filed on February 23rd. East Broadway is a designated snow emergency street specifically because it serves as the primary access road for the major hospitals in our area. Despite this, I witnessed a village payloader systematically dumping massive walls of compacted street snow directly onto previously cleared residential driveways and sidewalks. While I was inside for a brief break from shoveling, an 8-foot wall of ice was dumped at the bottom of my driveway, effectively undoing the work done to ensure my husband, first responder with the Setauket Fire Department, could exit our property to serve our communities. Simultaneously, the DPW was undoing the manual clearing efforts of my neighbors, who are medical doctors, further compromising the ability to essential personnel to reach their posts. By rendering these sidewalks physically impassable, the village created an active hazard. I witnessed nurses and healthcare workers forced to walk in the middle of this high-traffic emergency route to reach the hospital at the top of the hill. The village's own operational failures directly compromise the safety of the public and our local medical infrastructure. Most gravely, I'm here to address a breakdown of professional conduct. When I reported this obstruction to code enforcement, the operator of the vehicle involved did not simply continue his route. He sought me out. While a second professional employee was attempting to rectify the situation, the first driver returned to the scene, abandoned his equipment, and aggressively approached me on my own property. He yelled that I needed to apologize to him, that I needed to own up to what I did simply because I reported a municipal operational failure. As a resident standing on my own property, I found this behavior threatening and completely inappropriate for a public servant. I filed a formal complaint that same evening, copying the mayor, the deputy mayor, the clerk, the department heads of both DPW and code enforcement. To date, I have received 0 responses. I am seeking, for the record, 1, on disciplinary accountability. Since the village was provided with photos and a video showing the specific license plate and the precise timestamp of the incident, has a formal disciplinary investigation been opened into the conduct of the operator? If not, what is the specific criteria this administration uses to determine when a resident's report of employee harassment warrants an investigation? 2, on safety and policy reform. Given that East Broadway is a critical emergency route for 3 major hospitals, what systemic changes is the DPW implementing to ensure that municipal snow removal does not continue to obstruct the very healthcare workers and first responders who must use this corridor? Furthermore, will the village issue a formal standing waiver of enforcement for residents when DPW actions render manual sidewalk and driveway compliance a physical impossibility? 3, on administrative transparency. My formal complaint has sat unacknowledged since February 23rd. By what date can I and my neighbors who witnessed this conduct expect a written response detailing the findings of your investigation and the steps being taken to ensure this behavior is not repeated. In closing, public service is built on a foundation of professional conduct and basic accountability. When a resident is harassed on their own property by a village employee for reporting a safety hazard, total silence from the mayor's office is not just an administrative failure, it is an endorsement of that behavior. I look forward to these questions being entered into the official record, and I expect the written response that a formal complaint of this gravity requires. Thank you.
Good evening, Barbara Ransom, 409 East Broadway. First, it's like the elephant in the room because everything you read on Facebook, it's getting very confusing. But maybe the treasurer could just talk a little bit so that we could understand better this 26.641% that is being thrown out there on the budget, because I can't imagine that we're going to get that type of an increase on our personal taxes. And that's number one. And number two, to the attorney, I brought this up before, but it's been over a year and a half with the proposal of changing the short-term rental and also the Airbnb. And I'm just wondering what the status is on that, because I can physically show you 3 places in the village that I know for a fact are doing Airbnb now. I've officially complained about one in particular, which is right down from my street on East Broadway. So I just want to know what the status is. Thank you.
How you doing? Mike Weaver, 116 Wilson Drive. I had a couple of questions about when you were making your report, so I'm going to try to ask and hopefully get a couple of answers here. It's a much different process with the tax cap for the village than it is for, say, a school, and that's usually when you hear about it. For a school, tax cap appears that you need a 60% majority of the vote of the public. That's not the case here. So here's my question. The work session that you guys are going to have and go through the budget. Right now, let's say the number is 1.7 million and change over. Oh, okay. Sorry. 1.7 million and change over where we need to be, and that translates to 26%. Let's say at the work session you're able to get it to, I'll use a round number, 15. Does the board have the ability at that point to take a vote to replace the currently adopted budget with that number? Because my concern right now is, based off what, and I think Trustee Giuliano asked, right now if no one can agree to vote on a budget between now and May 1st, that actual document becomes the budget. Correct, right? So my question is, are you able to, as you're able to pare down, replace that placeholder document with a document that's more palatable as you go along? And if so, is that what you're going to do? And then are you limited in the amount of times that you can do that? Because if 163,000 is the number to stay below 2%, I think it's very hard to see that happening. But 26.6% and 2% are, there's a lot of avenue in between those two. So I guess my question to the board and to the treasurer is, and probably to the attorney, legally, can they replace the document? And as they replace it, does that then become the document that, you keep using the phrase, it was stamped for the state, does that become the document that would then take place if the trustees and the board, because it doesn't sound to me like, it sounds like that's the document that has to be agreed on. It's not two people can agree on, you can't come with 2 separate documents. It has to be a collaborative document that the board then votes on. So that's why I'm looking for some clarification there. I wanted to ask while you were making your presentation and didn't have a chance. So, you guys answer that question at all, or?
So, Mike, what we'll do after all the public comment, we'll respond to the questions that have arisen individually.
Okay, just because you're saying you have till May 1st, so that is a long time to pare down and to get to that point, and
Simple answer is yes, correct?
The tentative can be amended from now until April 29th.
Yes.
And there's no limit to the number of times it can be amended?
No. No.
And when it's amended, does each amended version have to be voted on by the board, or does it simply take the place of the placeholder document?
The final product gets voted on
product.
April 29th.
But the amended versions along the way
Don't need to be voted on.
Thank you.
Am I right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we would need to vote on every amendment.
Yeah, every change that gets made, we will be voting individually on that change, right? But this is a document we're all going to be working on, for weeks.
But we don't have to vote 15 times if we change, we just vote one time for the changes that we make, right?
You have to list every specific change and vote on that, every specific change. It could be in one big resolution, but every change has to be listed.
Let's try and do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sue Caridley, 16 Moore's Edge Way. So I just want to thank everybody, the board, and everybody involved, and Trustee Ugrinsky for very succinctly explaining the process of the budget, et cetera, et cetera. One question that I have is that I know Trustee Franco, this is your first year, and I know that the other three trustees, this is not your first rodeo. So my question is that it seems to me that you, all three, should have known that you should be talking to the committee heads and getting your information. And it seems like tonight when that was explained, it seems like that was a surprise. And I just feel like this is not the first time you guys have worked on a budget or passed a budget. So I don't really understand that discrepancy. And, I would love an explanation for that. The other thing that disturbs me as a resident is I just feel, if Facebook's great, sure. I think we have so many Port Jefferson sites between the YouTube Port Jeff site and, so many things that you guys put out that I consider professional, where we can get information. I just have a problem with the fact that the trustees would go onto a Facebook site and incite anger and incite us to have distrust. And I wish that the board, there would be something in place whereby if a board member has a question or a complaint or an issue with other said board members or our mayor, that you solve it among yourselves before you come out to the public and create an argument or hair's on fire. Look at this, and then you have the residents sitting and reading Facebook and thinking, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, how's that going to affect me? And we can't fit a lot of our residents in this room. Some of them maybe will watch it on YouTube, but the Facebook has gone out to everybody, and yet I don't see that there's a resolution that's going to go out to everybody that's a little bit more fair than what happened with this time around. So I hope that the board, the mayor, that you put something in place whereby you guys solve things between yourselves before you come out in public and show, an argument or a discrepancy. That's just food for thought.
Thank you. I'm getting,
respond.
Chris, I'm getting notice that there's issue with the audio on the podium.
I can.
You turned it back
talk
up.
louder if you want.
Okay.
Hi, Paul Peterson, 43 Jefferson Landing Circle. I was here last week, and I thought we were going to codify the 40% discount, which I think somebody brought to motion, and I was wondering why that didn't happen. And also, the
We haven't gone
bylaws.
through our resolution agenda yet.
So I'm not talking at the right time? Or-
You're talking at the right time.
Okay, so we spoke about the 40% discount, codifying it, and we also spoke about bylaws. And I think Trustee Ugrinsky, you said you were going to have them tonight, so I'm hoping you do, and we can discuss that. So.
Yep.
Okay.
The bylaws aren't on the agenda, but, well,
I thought it was for.
again, we'll address it during the comments. Yeah,
During my
I'm
comments.
pretty
trustee
sure you
comments.
said you'd have them.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Yep. I will address that when we respond to you.
Good evening, Dave Knopf, 7 Soundview Drive, and I have a couple process questions with respect to the development of the budget itself. It's my understanding that department heads are responsible for coming up with their individual budgets and expenses and offsetting that with the revenues that they would expect to get within those departments. And that's a question. That's my understanding as to what the responsibility of department heads would be. Now, are guidelines given to the department heads in any budget year as to saying, this is what we are going to stay under? You do not come forward with a plan to increase your budget by more than 8%, 5%, some number. Because, I mean, every department head, I was a department head for many years, there's a big difference between what a department needs to function and what a department would really like to have to function. And so my question is, how much of what is in this budget is stuff that people would like to have versus what we need to have to function fairly and efficiently as a village? My questions.
Any other questions?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Sorry, you've been sitting a long time.
I think so. Carol Ann Gordon, 210 Myrtle Avenue. Following up on this gentleman's comments, I would like to be corrected or informed, all right, from the things that I read, that in the budget, 2 positions were being brought back that were vacant for 1 or 2 years, assistants in some management areas. And at this time, with our economy as it is, even just nationally, and what we're dealing with, isn't it a bit prudent if we could think, if we've done without those positions for 1 or 2 years, this isn't the year we put them back? And that was each one position, I think, was about $200,000, and then they would have medical and so forth and so on. So I don't know if how necessary those 2 positions are for this one budget year, and what impact it would have on the budget if they weren't filled for 1 more year.
Thank you.
Second one, different hat. So I'm Dr. Suzanne Velasquez, president of Lily White and Rosie Pink Enterprises, property owner of 138 East Main Street, Port Jefferson Village. Speaking tonight as a property owner within the Business Improvement District, address a troubling lack of administrative accountability regarding the management of our tax-funded snow removal services. 3 days prior to the recent storm, I sent a formal inquiry to the mayor's office. My intent was to be a proactive and a responsible property owner seeking to properly allocate my own resources for storm response. I asked for the name of the official responsible for overseeing our taxpayer-funded assets and for clarification on code enforcement logistics within the bid. As bid members, we contribute to a special tax assessment that includes a dedicated annual allocation specifically for snow removal. This year, the amount of $30,000. Furthermore, over the last 2 years, more than $125,000 of the assessment dollars were used to purchase a Bobcat for the explicit and sole purpose of having the village DPW clear all the sidewalks within the bid district. This equipment was intended to ensure a safe, uniform, and ADA compliant path on the sidewalks and with property owners taking secondary maintenance. Instead of a direct answer to my proactive inquiry, the village clerk's response was to direct me to ask a volunteer at the bid or the Chamber of Commerce who had attended a meeting of this administration. This is a fundamental failure of municipal transparency and a gross professional overreach. Private citizens and volunteers are not the stewards of village-managed contracts. They do not operate DPW equipment, and they have no authority over the village code. Using volunteers as a shield to avoid answering for administrative duties under the village's direct purview is dismissive and disrespectful. Masking for the record, since the bid purchased the Bobcat for DPW's use within the Business Improvement District, clearing of sidewalks, why was it not deployed to provide the primary district-wide clearing as promised upon purchase. As noted, the equipment was intended to ensure a safe and uniform and ADA compliant path that then property owners could take over maintenance with clearing. Why was this public safety standard abandoned in the recent snowstorms? Second, why is this administration referring proactive residents and taxpayers to volunteer organizations for information regarding municipal oversight and administrative responsibilities? As a taxpayer, I expect my inquiries to be met with professionalism, direct accountability, and the basic respect that residents of this village deserve from their elected and appointed officials. Taxpayers provide the funding and the equipment. The village is responsible for the results. I look forward to a factual administrative response that restores professional accountability to this process, because the responsibility for municipal oversight begins and ends within Village Hall, not with the volunteers of the community.
Hello. Hi, Renee Tidwell, 1109 Main Street. I have served on the Budget and Finance Committee for a little over 2 years now, and I just wanted to say thank you to Trustee Ugrinsky and Treasurer Gafka. The meetings have been very informative. The work that each of them have put into creating this tentative budget has been exemplary. I mean, they've presented the committee members with all of the different scenarios that could be considered, and I think that going forward, under their leadership and under your leadership, Mayor Shepro, that we will be able to come to an agreement. And again, there's going to be changes, I'm sure, within the tentative budget. But what I do want to encourage is that there's always an eye towards setting up and allocating, building a strong contingency fund, and making sure that we are preparing ourselves for future economic uncertainty, and that we are beginning the steps to have a healthy reserve account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, William Snaden, 123 Arlington Avenue. Those of you that have seen me or heard me speak before at public meetings know that I don't do so lightly, and when I do choose to provide commentary, it's due to significant issues. I really hadn't planned on talking tonight, although I have gone through the budget extensively and have a number of questions. I'd first like to start with a point of order. My question is, Section 508 of New York State Codes specifically lays out the budget adoption process fairly in a straightforward manner. And there was some question during discussion tonight about when the appropriate time was for residents to provide commentary that would be in time for valuable consideration by the board members to affect potentially change in any amendments that may come to this proposed budget. So my question to you as the board, and whether that's to Attorney Moran, who is diligently looking at his screen while I'm talking, is tonight the appropriate time to ask specific questions and get answers on specific budget line items, or does that come at the hearing on or before the 15th?
The hearing's on the 8th. I'll answer that factually. But we'll respond to your questions. If you want to list them, we'll respond to them in trustee comments at the end of your comments.
Okay. So, for the sake of time, I think that I'm going to submit the majority of my questions in writing because they're extensive. And to echo, many previous speakers, comments and concerns, I think the thought process that, given the current state of the economy and given, people's current, financial conditions, is now really the time to add or replace positions that currently, previously were not in recent history in the existing budget. And I wonder if that's the right time. So to start my formal comments, smoke and mirrors. I was walking through the Port Jeff Brookhaven Harbor, and there's a beautiful sailboat. And on the aft of the sailboat on the transom, it says, "Smoke and Mirrors, Port Jefferson." And I think that that boat name is appropriate here tonight, because as we all know, eventually smoke clears and mirrors break, and the public eventually will see that the emperor, in fact, has no clothes. And what I mean by that is, if you take the time to go through the budget, not only for this year, for the proposed 2027 changes, but if you look at the previous budgets, and again, everything that I state, is my opinion. And thankfully, we live in a country where, folks like my father, who served in the Army and the Army Reserve for 34 years, allow us to have our First Amendment freedom of speech. So for those that have served, I thank you. And to that end, my freedom of speech, these are my opinions. You may agree, you may not agree, but this is what I believe. So in reviewing, this proposed budget, what I see without going into detail on every single questionable item, are expenses that are increasing much more rapidly than the rate of inflation. And yes, healthcare has gone up. My personal health insurance has gone up 28% year over year. Some things may be unavoidable. However, as a board, many of you who ran on the concept of fiscal responsibility, you have a duty and an obligation to the public to uphold that responsibility. And maybe part of that fiscal responsibility is to keep benefit costs low by not filling vacant positions to the tune of $210,000 in salary plus benefits. Maybe we don't need an assistant at DPW for that salary plus benefits. There really comes a time where fiscal responsibility needs to not just be a campaign promise, but actually something that's imposed. And I say that because for those of you that have lived here a number of years, you know that we come from a place where budgets year over year over year were fairly consistent. You know what? It's a fact of life. Prices go up. There's a rate of inflation. It's currently 2% or 2.4, whatever the current number is. Year over year, for many years, our village taxes, our village budget went up, but it went up in small, manageable amounts that the average homeowner taxpayer could afford. So to play smoke and mirrors with the budget for the last few years to artificially reduce some budget items and then realize 3 or 4 years later, oh my goodness, we didn't pave any roads substantially. We didn't do a lot with sidewalk maintenance. People are clamoring for that. Well, now we have to take the budget that we decimated down to $30,000 a year for sidewalks or paving, and now we have to jack that up to $100,000 because we got so much stuff. To your own point, you're not doing deferred maintenance. But if you look at the budget clearly shows that sidewalks and paving were in fact deferred, which completely contradicts what we're being told. So my point is that I believe that the residents and taxpayers of Port Jeff deserve better.
Thank you.
Bill Gatta, 39 Clubhouse Court in Port Jefferson. I'm a
Bill, can you bring the microphone up to your?
I'm a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, and a lot of the comments that Renee made, I'd like to echo those same comments. But the Budget and Finance Committee did a lot of work in working on the budget, and we did send a recommendation to the Board of Trustees and the Treasurer. And what we recommended was that, after thorough discussions, the committee recommends that the budget scenario 1, which budgets all current vacancies for the full year, and that scenario 1 provides the strongest plan for rebuilding the village's contingency funds and restoring long-term financial stability. The rationale for the recommendation was that we would be correcting years of underspending. The village is now in a position to fully understand its financial status and address the structural underspend of prior years. Avoiding further delays, continuing to postpone necessary investments would hinder department operations and prolong financial imbalance. Taking decisive action. Scenario 1 represents a responsible, pull the Band-Aid off type approach, allowing the village to catch up on essential spending and move forward with clarity. Conclusion, while all scenarios may generate some concern, the committee believes Scenario 1 offers the most responsible and beneficial path for the village's financial health.
Thank you.
Like other people have said, I think everybody understands that expenses go up. A lot of those expenses were not controllable. It's not a political thing where you can decide, oh, you know what, let's just make it less because it's not popular and it's going to cost more. I think what we need to do is what is important for the village, and that's what we're recommending.
Thank you, Bill. No other comments?
Mayor, may I ask? I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Dr. Velasquez, well, the first complaint that you referenced about DPW, you then later confirmed that I never received it. If you could forward it to me, I would appreciate it.
Literally what I'm doing.
Thank you very much.
So I'll start with trustee comments. I just got a note from our treasurer, contrary to the comment that was just made by Mr. Snaden, the village has spent $1.3 million on paving over the last 2 years. 100% of that was paid by grants, not taxpayer money. Paving happens every year. We have New York State funding that covers the cost of our pavings, and we are also looking at more efficient ways to repair streets. I just want to alert everybody that when you drive down Christopher Hollow Road, from North Country Road until it meets Winston, that is town property. The village does not pave that road. However, I did contact the town Department of Public Works last year and asked them if they would prioritize that roadway for 2025, and they said our budget is already allocated, but we will prioritize that roadway in 2026. So we had confirmation from that from our Public Works office a couple of months ago, so we can anticipate that Christopher Hollow Road will be paved if we're to believe the Assistant Superintendent of Public Works at the town of Brookhaven, and we do. We believe him because he said it twice. That's that. Battery supplies, Barbara, you're always looking out for the equipment in Village Hall. I appreciate that. Do we just have an update on the telephone system?
They look good.
Okay. And they're just about all operating, right? So anything else that you think about, let us know. We'll get right on it. Renee Tidwell asked if we have a contingency/reserve fund. Treasurer Gafka, can you answer that? She didn't ask. She made me ask that question. So what do we have in our reserves now?
We do not have a special reserve fund.
Okay. So we can bring that into our discussion as we talk about it in our work session. So, Dr. Velasquez, apologize for lack of responsiveness. I guess in one case it wasn't received. In another case, perhaps it was just a really hectic time and not seen. So we will work on getting the responses to your reports and get back to you with outcomes. You're welcome. So in response to David Knopf, he's left the room, but I just wanted to say that his question was a good one. Do department heads, are they given the potential limitations of the budget process? My answer to that is, it never hurts to hear from the department heads what's on their wish list, because then we can better evaluate how to prioritize and what to think about, even going forward for future capital expenditures. Capital planning doesn't happen in a month or 2 months. You take these requests and you put them into the process for how to prioritize them and how to fund them in the years to come, should they be perceived as priorities. And I'll leave that there. Just, we like to hear what the department heads want and need. It doesn't matter if it's $3 million, let's hear it. Maybe it's coming through a grant, maybe the answer's coming in via a grant that can be applied to that request, or maybe we can apply for a grant that can actually be responsive to that request. It's not, the only resource is not taxpayer funds, so we'll look to help department heads in every way we can to address their needs as they are prioritized, and especially by this board. Let's see. Barbara Ransom has left, but she asked, what does that 26.6% include? We will definitely have those discussions, and that information will be revealed over the next several weeks into the hearing process. And I think, yeah, that's all I've got for my comments. Trustee Hill, would you like to go?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to respond to the comments that Sue, your name is. Sorry, I know we've met at least once before. So for clarity, this is my second rodeo. I got onto the board 2 years ago, and I'd say the trustees were less involved in the last cycle than they were in this one. However, we also remained under the 2% tax cap last cycle, so the changes to the budget were pretty much minor throughout.
I was just talking about the process.
Right, so we've been told now that the process is the trustees cannot be involved until after the budget is submitted to the clerk, which is at the stage where we're at now, I suppose. However, we only learned that it was going to be such a tremendous proposed increase the beginning of the week prior from this. So I had a meeting with the trustee and the deputy mayor on, let's see, well, actually, I'll back up even further. So February 25th, we voted to pass the tax cap. I think today we all learned that we should have known that we were on the road to pass a budget that was well beyond the 2% tax cap. I ended up voting no on that because I had voted no on the year prior and wanted to stay consistent. I think the rest of the board, I certainly would have appreciated a better picture of what we were being asked to consider, because the way it was framed was that this is a precautionary, procedural, no big deal kind of thing that we do every year. And that clearly is not going to be the case this year. 2 weeks later, in a work session, we voted to amend the metered parking rate, which put a $200,000 hole in the budget. And they will tell you that it was made up for by more hours and more enforcement. However, we could have left the rates alone and increased the hours, which I've been advocating for probably the entire time that I've been on the board, and not had that $200,000 hole. So then we get to March 17th, where I met with the treasurer and the deputy mayor. They went through the budget with me, and I appreciate that. I actually do. However, I could only look at the materials that they had in hand. We met over Zoom, but I could only look at the materials through the Zoom screen. They wouldn't share the work product that they had put together by then, and we were only looking at budget summaries, so top line budget summaries, not line by line, not this. And had the meeting, got back to work with my normal job, and the next morning I emailed both the treasurer and the deputy mayor, and I said, it was at 7 in the morning, good morning. Can you please share the budget proposal that we went over yesterday? I thought about it a lot last night. I understand that there may be dramatically increased costs that are baked into the next fiscal year, but I don't think that should be used as the reason to go full bore on other parts of the budget. I would like the opportunity to return the document with my recommended amendments. I basically got a long version of no to that response, to which I followed up and asked again, and the answer was no. So now we forward to then the budget comes out on Friday with no announcement. It was posted onto the website, wrong, firstly, and you had to know to go to the treasurer's department and then pull it down. I actually couldn't find it myself. I only saw it because we have a share file with the Board of Trustees, and that's how I was looking at it. So at this point where the ball was hidden on the tax cap, we put a $200,000 hole in the budget that we shouldn't have, in my opinion, and no opportunity to weigh in on the stamped budget if we don't act on will become the budget. By Friday, when we went to Facebook to alert the public, you can bet I was a little bit more than frustrated with the way this budget process was done. And I knew that going public, putting on Facebook, would create public pressure on this board to make sure that this budget gets changed, because between the budget being released with no announcement again, we have this meeting, the work session, and then we have to vote on it by the end of April, or we have to have an emergency meeting before May 1st to make it happen. There's very limited time that we have to actually take in feedback from the public and then figure out which amendments we agree with and how they're actually going to impact the taxpayers. There's so much more analysis that needs to be done because this budget is so extreme. So I felt like I needed to alert the public, and anytime that I feel like I need to do that is exactly what I'm going to do.
I feel like a few things. First of all,
Mike, you need a mic. Oh, or is public comment closed, or can she still add? Okay.
Trustee Giuliano.
All right, so as Barbara said, Barbara's not here, elephant in the room, the budget. This was a wake-up call when we got it. I got it on the 18th. Well, I didn't get it. I reviewed it with the deputy mayor and with the treasurer on the 18th. And like I said, it was a wake-up call. It was really, I think I left there, and then, I think Stephen even commented, I could see on your face that, it's not what you expected. I said, no, it wasn't at all what I expected. So I'm looking forward to working with this board as far as paring this down and making it manageable, making it a document that we can maybe not all agree on, but maybe making it a document and making it a map, a financial map that we can at least say, yes, okay, we can work with that. But the way it was, the tentative budget, that's, I said that to everybody. I said, that's a non-starter. We cannot, there is no way that budget is going to pass, and I will do everything I can to make sure that does it. Everything else, I think the mayor addressed, so that's my comments.
Everything okay out there? What's going on, Karen?
Alex's meter was going off. She's okay.
Oh, okay.
She just didn't want it to be like beeping in the room while Trustee Giuliano was.
Okay. Sorry, I create.
She ran out of here like.
Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay, I'm sorry.
My insulin pump just died.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
Meeting's too long, clearly.
And we're not done yet.
Trustee Franco?
I'm so sorry.
You okay? It's fine. My gosh, you're fine.
To echo the concerns of Trustee Hill and Trustee Giuliano about the presentation of the summary of the budget, I also asked for a copy of that in advance and was not given it. Now, as an elected official, you would think that's common sense, right? We're going to come into a meeting to look over a $13 million budget for the village and a $4 million budget for the golf course. You'd say, oh, let's get them the summary. Let them have 24 hours to review it. That wasn't done. So I went over the $13 million budget in an hour because of time constraints. So I didn't get an opportunity to go over the golf course, so I came back. And again, the next day, I was ready to go, and I was told at 4:31, well, we have another meeting to go to by the Commissioner of Finance, Trustee Ugrinsky, and that was the end of that meeting. So again, to say that we had an opportunity to review this is laughable. Well, we provided it? No. Should we have been provided it? Yes. Should at every work session, when Trustee Ugrinsky, the Commissioner of Finance, reports, why was she not reporting on the status of the budget? She should have been informing not only this board, but the community. Hey, we're in a little bit of trouble here, ladies and gentlemen. But again, radio silence. And to me, that's a failure. And something that we need to take, I apologize about that, something we need to take corrective measures to fix. This should not have been a surprise to the community. This should have been an informative, open, transparent process from the beginning. So that's, to me, we have to fix those. We have to put corrective measures in place to resolve that. And I echo what Trustee Giuliano said. This is a non-starter, this budget. And I apologize, ma'am, in the white shirt. I don't know. I forgot your name. You're right. We certainly should not be adding $700,000 of new higher salaries and benefits when we're going to raise taxes 26.62%. That is malpractice as far as a budget. So, and no need to say no more about it. I'd like to go back to the presentation from Kemper for a minute. Now, I voted no on this $40,000 waste of money, the presentation from Kemper that we saw today. Again, I asked the clerk approximately 10 days ago that I wanted that presentation in advance to prepare. We should have an opportunity to prepare for these meetings. And what the gentleman said was he was never told to send it to us. And we came here today, a presentation that we're going to get, I don't know when, that we spent $40,000 of golf course money on to be told, raise rates. That is that is the waste. It's waste of $40,000, ladies and gentlemen. You see how we waste money here. And that is the example of waste. So, again, I watched this, I'm the liaison to the school district. And I watch their budget, I attend their meetings. That is a professional budget operation. Cohesive, they work together, not hidden behind closed doors, not hiding the football, not making presentations during the work session when you should. That is imperative to this community to know where we're going. Listen, we have many, many residents in this community on fixed incomes. And for us to come forward with a budget anywhere near 26.62%, adding approximately $700,000 in new salary is malpractice. So, thank you for listening.
Trustee Ugrinsky?
Yeah, tough act to follow. All right.
So, couple of things. I think it was it Mike Weaver who asked about the bylaws? The bylaws, all 27 pages. Oh, I'm sorry. Paul Peterson. Yes. No, I just want to acknowledge that it was your question.
Can you please stand up, sir?
Anyway.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah. So the bylaws are complete. They're 27 pages long. They're currently under review by the attorney who sits on the CCMAC. So this is not costing us anything, just to point that out. Um,
Can I ask a question?
Not yet. I'm sorry. Just let me make my remarks. For Sue Curdley, yes, I absolutely agree. We should be having more interim meetings of the Board of Trustees so that we can hash out these things. I would consider that like a family, not airing their dirty laundry, sorting out their problems, and then presenting a unified front. So I agree with you there. I want to also address David Knopf's questions. So it is a two-part process, and we do ask for two things from the department heads. We ask them, what is the budget that you absolutely need to get the work done on a regular basis? And this includes, for example, with DPW, going from not having, going from deferred maintenance to an annual maintenance plan for a number of things, like drain cleans, other things that were actually mandated by the state to do. And so the first two things the department heads give us is, here's what I need, like, to do the job according to what I'm supposed to do. We do ask for a wish list. I will tell you, not much of the wish list items got onto this budget, okay? And so, you know, and do we, to David Knopf's second question, you know, do we provide guidelines? Yeah, we absolutely do, but we also want to ensure that we are accommodating rising costs and allowing our people to provide a level of service that does not deteriorate year over year. In fact, in those two iterations that we went through, the first iteration with the department heads, when it was all aggregated, was much higher, and we met with them again and we cut $800,000 out of the budget. 400 of that was in DPW. And I sat with each of the trustees and we went through department by department what went up, what we were able to reduce, and so, you know, like department by department. So I'll just stop that one. To Carolyn, the delay for another year, two things. The manager positions, the number that was thrown out, 200K plus benefits, it was actually inclusive of benefits. So that was rolled into that number. Did we consider delaying those for another year? We had extensive conversation with the Budget and Finance Committee. Which of these might we defer? Which of these might we defer? Like scenario 2 was, how about we just defer them to December? What's the impact there? How about we defer them for the entire year? What was the differential? It did not make up more than a total of $200,000+, right? When you netted it out. So just want to point that out. And then Matt, for the Kemper output, I actually sat with John and said, okay, on those things that we could do to reduce expenses where we are maybe, you know, out of the range that we ought to be for comparative courses, what line items are those, right? We went through fertilizer, pesticides, sod, sand, you know, all the things, like line by line, everything that the golf course consumes, and identified some savings. So this is what I'm going into as the liaison to the golf course, is working with the guys now and starting to drill down in those and chisel them down. The last thing that I'm going to address is Bill Snaden's comments. So I appreciate your comment about smoke and mirrors. It kind of makes me laugh, given my 5-year history of paying attention to the financials of the village. When I took over as Commissioner of Finance And when the mayor was initially elected for her first term, we were being told as residents that she was being left a $1.2 million surplus. And that number was being bandied about as if it was fact. So what did we do? We did a 7-year capital look back. We did last year's accounting review. We have remedied all of the remedial things that those audits came up with. And we landed on the fact that we actually have a $1.2 million deficit. So I ask you, that's a $2.4 million difference between where we are now and what we know to be truth and correct accounting. Where'd that $2 million go? I would submit to you that it is years, over a decade, of people saying, well, we can't balance the budget, so we're just going to pull things out of capital and move them over. This is patently illegal. This is what we have been fixing for 3 years. I am a resident. I am not thrilled. Hey, this is my turn, please. Wait.
Can you just finish your comments, please?
Yeah, I'll
Trustee
finish my
Ugrinsky?
comments. So I guess my point is that we had a very heavy lift to try and get this house in order. Okay? I am not happy about the increase that this tentative budget represents as a resident myself. I do commit to you that I'm going to work with my departments to further sharpen the pencil, and in this case, based on what I've learned in my Kemper conversations, and I know, based on what's been said tonight, that each of the trustees is going to be doing the same thing, okay? And the only thing I want to leave you with is the tentative budget is not the budget that's going to go in. It's going to be lower than that. But it is going to be a trade-off, okay? Services may suffer if we really have to chop, but I believe that we have a team here that can accomplish at least some material reduction in that overage. And I appreciate everybody paying attention. I know it's late, and again, forward your comments to the clerk if you have not been in this room, to the people at home. And we are going to take every single thing into account in order to try to make this work and have it be less painful than this tentative budget is. And that is my commitment to you. And I believe all of our commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, Paul, come on up, but only you, please. This is just if you have one more question, go ahead. You know what, say it out loud and I'll repeat it, and then Trustee Ugrinsky can.
I just wanted to go back to the bylaws. I know you said that government is slow, but how is the attorney having the bylaws any different than what happened at the work session? They're still not done, right?
They are in review. They will be looked at by the CCMAC. You know what? I apologize for the bylaws taking so long. So they're now under review.
Well, we can issue them to the board.
Yeah.
We could give them to the. You can give them
Actually,
to
the board already has them. I emailed them to them.
Oh, the Board of Trustees has them. That's the answer.
Yeah. I figured as long as it was under review, it was fine to send to my colleagues.
Turns out it's not that easy to do. It is. Okay, so that concludes our public comment and trustee comment section. Now, Clerk Perlow, will you announce, please, the public hearings?
Mayor, we have a public hearing regarding Chapter 169, which is litter.
Sylvia, can you bring your microphone in so that you're speaking into it?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have a public hearing regarding Chapter 169 litter. So with that, I'll offer a resolution to open the public hearing regarding a proposed local law amending Chapter 169 litter of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson to add language regarding unlawful deposits of soil and other materials from vehicle wheels. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This public hearing is now open for the proposed local law amending Chapter 169 litter of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson to add language regarding unlawful deposits of soil and other materials from vehicle wheels. Does anyone have any comments? Discussion?
Just reminding you, this
Come on
is
up.
for Beach Street to.
Well, it's
Well,
for everything,
Oh,
actually.
it's for the whole village.
It was
all
driven
yes,
by the Beach
but
Street issue.
it was
Yeah.
It was driven by the
Incented
Yeah, yeah.
by that, yes.
Evan Kick, 209 Beach Street. I want to thank everybody for taking this issue very seriously. I know it doesn't affect maybe everybody, as some of the issues that have been talked about today, but this is something that affects me and my family very, very much. My house is basically right in front of where a lot of these businesses are, where these trucks are coming through. And it's a constant nuisance and issue every single day. The dust is coming not just from the tops of the trucks, but it's coming from the wheels. There's dust clouds. We pay $100 a month for car washes because our cars are constantly getting dirty as we have only street parking. My only concern with this resolution is related to just the enforcement, because I see this potential resolution being violated literally 15 times a day. Just from my front window.
Literally?
Literally, yeah. You know, it's not just coming from the tops of the trucks, it's not just coming from the wheels. You know, these trucks are going in and out of different construction sites. They're very, very dirty. That just goes onto the street. And then when other vehicles go up and down the street, it just keeps adding and adding and adding. You know, every once in a while, maybe a street sweeper comes down. It's really just pushing the dirt around, and it just builds up on our cars and on our houses. So I appreciate you taking a look at this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I address that comment?
Yes.
Usually with new codes, and I will certainly meet with Kevin Cooper, our code supervisor. Although it's a issue throughout the village during construction projects in residential neighborhoods and other places, specifically on Beach Street, we know that there's a problem. The things added to the code in its current iteration to be voted on tonight was to address some of those issues. And as far as the enforcement side of it goes, I would expect rigorous enforcement when the code comes into effect. And generally, when that happens, it compels the operators, whether it be the landowners, homeowners, or the various companies doing business there, that action needs to be taken. It will be a process, but the intent, and we had Trustee Franco brought up the same question as you did as far as what happens with the enforcement side of things and how is it going to be enforced. And I would expect that when it starts hitting people and drivers and owners in their pocketbook is when they'll start taking the issue that is ultimately paramountly serious to you. It must become then paramountly, serious to them. And generally the way you do that with municipal enforcement is to hit them where it matters, and that's the pocketbook.
To reinforce what Attorney Moran said, this was phase one, right? We had to get this passed. Now I'll have an opportunity to sit down with the businesses and say, because we don't just, listen, it's not just a hammer. We have to have a solution, right? And I have multiple solutions to present to the business owners on how they can remediate these problems. So once we get this resolution passed, this code change passed, my next step is to meet with the business owners, and as Attorney Moran so eloquently said, I think they're gonna, when it hits them in the pocketbook, I think that's when change happens, and that's why we needed this. My only concern, Attorney Moran, is that it says specifically wheels. So when dust is coming off the top of the truck, blowing off from the stones, is that also covered?
If you notice the underlying language in the statute as presented, the underline says "the body."
Thank you, David.
It says, "No person shall permit, dry move any vehicle, truck." Formerly, the code said wheels. We added the term body to address that very concern.
Thank you, David.
Was that like a setup?
What?
That was a softball.
Sometimes I have to put it up on a tee for David to knock it out of the park.
Yeah. Sure.
Certainly you would do. I know you can hit a golf ball.
Barbara?
Barbara Sabatino, 2 Westview Avenue. I understand where this law is coming from, especially on Beach Street and the gravel trucks. The only concern I really have on this is it doesn't specify business trucks. It just says vehicles, which means I'm on Westview Avenue. It's a 1-lane dead-end street, very little parking because the driveways come out at angles so people do not have places to park. But the one place they can park is over the storm drain. And the storm drain is not in the street, it is in the dirt. And so when it rains, there's a lot of mud. And people from at the hospital park there sometimes when they were doing construction, they had no other place to go. And I would see them park there and run across to Mather, and I'm thinking, oh, don't park there, it's going to rain, and you're not going to be able to get back in your car. But all I could think of is the way that the code's written, where it's anybody's vehicle, is that I can guarantee you right now, nobody has a broom in their truck or in their car that when they pull out from over that storm drain, they're going to broom the mud back onto the dirt. So my one comment is, yes, it's needed, but maybe it can be changed where it's commercial vehicles, the gravel trucks or landscapers' trucks, and not necessarily residential vehicles where they're forced to park, and when they leave, they have a little mud on their wheels and they drag it out into the street. Thank you.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, please.
2 things with that. It's very similar to when the Suffolk County Police were here earlier this evening, and the lady with the bad knees.
Kelly.
Hi. She could expect not to be pulled over on her way to the supermarket, right? Different than police, municipal code enforcement is complaint-driven. We received a complaint. If all of your neighbors got together frustrated that the doctors and nurses at the hospital are making your streets muddy, we'll address it. I maybe don't foresee that happening. But again, in every code, there has to be discretion, reasonable discretion in the code officers. And specifically as municipal code officers, they respond primarily to complaint-driven situations. I personally wouldn't suggest narrowing the scope, because when you narrow the scope, people figure out ways to get around things, which might hamper investigations and enforcement. If it becomes a problem where there's a myriad of tickets issued to just people with dirty tires ordinarily traversing the roadways, I'm sure this board would address it.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, hearing none, we can now move to the. Go ahead, Clerk Pearl.
Thank you. With that, we have a resolution to close the public comment portion of the public hearing regarding a proposed local law amending Chapter 169 litter of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson to add language regarding unlawful deposits of soil and other materials from vehicle wheels. May I have a motion?
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. The hearing is closed. Public comment portion is closed. And now, next.
And now we have a resolution adopting the proposed local laws attached to amend Chapter 169 litter of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson to add language regarding unlawful deposits of soil and other materials from vehicle wheels. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. With that, we have the
Resolution adopted.
All
And
right, one down.
law changed.
With that, we have the second, which is a withdrawal of the public hearing regarding a proposed amendment to Chapter 145, flood damage prevention of the Code of the Village of Port Jefferson, to add a section specific to steep slopes to that chapter of the code. So that is actually an announcement.
We don't have to vote on that?
No.
Okay. Everybody understand why we're doing that?
I do.
I don't.
Okay, Dave, do you want to explain that too?
It was discussed at the work session. It was originally going to go in another section of the code, and in meeting with our outside engineer and reviewing other codes along with our planning staff, it was determined to maybe create a new section of that chapter addressing environmental concerns like this. So we just basically, one, if we were going to change the location in the code by number, that would be a substantive change that would require us having to start anyway. So when that was decided, I think a deeper look into maybe moving some other codes into an environmental section under this chapter would be a more prudent way to go.
Okay, thank you. Action items. Let's go into action items, please.
Terrific. Resolution number 1, 32526, resolution approving the attached minutes of the February 25th, 2026 agenda meeting and the March 11th, 2026 work session meeting of the Village of Port Jefferson Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution number 2, 32526, resolution approving seasonal tennis member fees of $675 per resident and $775 per non-resident. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Question.
Discussion?
Yeah, so a few resolutions down, we're voting on a resolution that establishes or sets in stone, sets in code the 40% discount, but and it says at the country club. So will the tennis program be in the country club? Basically, my question is this in conflict with the resolution we're about to pass in the next two?
It's a good point. We may want to amend that one to be specific to
Golf membership?
golf membership.
And right now, it's I think my reaction is that it's premature to establish a 40% discount for residents for an abbreviated tennis season.
Right, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just
one
for this
season
year.
that would- yeah.
Right.
And 2 courts.
Yeah.
Can I just say, it's never been 40% anyway, just so you know, it's not like it was.
It's okay. But we're talking about this
point.
abbreviated season particularly. And so I think we'll address the resolution number 4 when we get there, if that makes sense. If
Sure.
everybody's ready to vote on number 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Resolution number 3, 32526, resolution to fund tennis membership revenue and expenses at the Port Jefferson Country Club by authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 120 as follows. Increase revenue line item CR 3890, tennis membership by $42,000. Increase expense line item CR 7991124, tennis part-time seasonal by $4,000. And increase expense line item CR 7991460, tennis courts by $38,000. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in
Discussion?
favor? Okay, discussion?
Treasurer Gafka, where is this money coming from? So the $42,000, can you explain that? So the community has a clearer picture of it?
Yeah, it would be coming from the prospective tennis members that would be joining for this season, based off of what I was provided. as an estimate number of residents and non-residents that would be joining, that would be the estimated number of membership to expect.
So
And revenue generated by
Similar
that?
to the way we do it for golf. We don't actually have any signed-ups
So
when
this,
we do that.
yeah, so this, we're not transferring any money. This is just a
This is all new.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, sir.
In and out.
Okay.
Flat, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Resolution number 4, 32526, resolution establishing a 40% discount on annual resident dues at the Port Jefferson Country Club. Yes.
Go-
Can we-
golf course.
Do we need
Have
to make,
to-
do
we're
we
gonna
need a
have to-
motion to amend what's written?
Not if she just rereads it
Okay,
before a motion is obtained.
okay.
Annual resident dues for golf. Resolution establishing a 40% discount on annual resident dues for golf at the Port Jefferson Country Club. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 5, 32526, resolution acknowledging that the Dickens Festival, held annually in the Incorporated Village of Port Jefferson since 1996, is an official program and organizational asset of the Greater Port Jefferson Arts Council. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Resolution number 6, 32526, resolution hiring Arda Zaman as an intern in the Planning and Zoning Department at an hourly wage rate of $20 per hour effective March 26th, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Discussion?
Sure.
I believe until we get the budget rectified, that this resolution for this hire should be pushed to the next month. Like, we should get our budget in order before we spend more money. Hiring somebody new, even though it's an intern and it's $20 an hour, I think we need to get our financial house in order before we bring on anybody new. So, that's my
So you're
discussion.
saying that relative to the next year's budget?
Well, yes.
Okay, and you do know that we've covered that for this fiscal year, so if you want to say with a revisit in,
If there is
In
addition,
May?
as you had stated, well, we can't discuss that, but it was, I understand that. My opinion is that rather than doing this now, we wait a month, get our house in order, our financial house in order, and then we make this decision. Doing it now sends a bad message to the community that we are still going to continue to spend money. And if there is money available, that money should be saved and used to bring the budget down for next year. So.
So
That's
I
a-
would counter to say, did I interrupt you? Are you
No,
finished?
certainly. No, Lauren, please, go ahead.
Okay. I would counter to say that, first I'll read into the record the department's request for this intern, just so we understand the circumstances and her capabilities. And this was a letter that was provided to me this afternoon upon request, understanding that there was some concern about this internship offering. So it goes, Dear Mayor and members of the Board of Trustees, I would like to propose bringing an intern on board to assist the Building and Planning Department with several ongoing and time-sensitive initiatives. At present, the department is managing a significant workload that would greatly benefit from additional support. An intern would provide valuable assistance in the following areas: conducting research on municipal codes and regulations, assisting with analysis related to environmentally sensitive lands, ESL, which is the code that we're talking about adopting in lieu of the 165 that we were talking about, drafting reports for various village projects, coordinating with county staff and internal teams on GIS-related tasks, supporting the substantial volume of document scanning and currently required. Document scanning currently required, organizing the file room and assisting with the transfer of records from the former building department location at 88 North Country Road to Village Hall. Engaging an intern would not only help improve operational efficiency, but also ensure that important projects and administrative responsibilities are handled in a timely and organized manner. Also attached to this was an assignment that was done by the student, which has all the qualifications that the department would require. The assignment was there were 2 assignments attached, which I shared with the trustees earlier. One was a walkability study for Kings Park, and it is a 4-page comprehensive study. And the second is a staff report regarding Melville Partners Development Company, a site located in Stony Brook on Route 25A across from the Long Island Railroad, Stony Brook train station, a 3.92 acres lot, and includes 6 parcels that are zoned for commercial and residential use. I won't go into reading the entire report, but I will happily provide it to you. It's very extensive, comprehensive, and shows a great level of professionalism. This student attends Stony Brook University in the School of Marine and Atmospheric Sciences with a GPA of 3.6. Her minor is in environmental design, policy, and planning, and she has a minor in environmental engineering. She graduated with an associate's degree from Suffolk County Community College and went on to Stony Brook and is considering the master's program and potentially even becoming an engineer. So not only does this help offset some of the, not only is she extremely qualified and would hit the ground running, because in her classroom programs at Stony Brook, they watch village planning board meetings and they do their classwork based on the Stony Brook Planning Board meetings. So she is also well-versed in the things that are going on in Port Jefferson Planning Board meetings, sorry. She's so well-versed on what's going on in Port Jefferson that she would completely hit the ground running. I believe that hiring this intern, at least through this fiscal, would offset some of the time and the detail work and the work that would offset some of the work from the professional staff, and therefore save time, potentially even overtime. And Senior Planner Dan Gross had offered to come in and advocate for this role himself. But I think that in stating all of these qualifications and the requests from the department, it just seems like it's a no-brainer. The funding, Treasurer Gafka, does it exist in the budget right now?
Yes.
And if we don't spend money that's in the budget right now, does it go back into funding salaries? Next budget year?
No.
Where do those funds go?
They close to fund balance, whether it's in the positive or the negative.
Okay. So it's not really stealing from Peter to pay Paul or Paul to pay Peter. I don't know what that means. I don't know why I said that. But you understand my point. We're only hurting ourselves if we don't appoint this.
I believe her qualifications are without question. I don't think anybody doubts her qualifications. But I do believe, Treasurer Gafka, if that money is not spent, right, that will help this board, even in the smallest fashion, bring down next year's budget. Wherever that money is going to be allocated, if it's not spent this year, we're going to be able to use that money to pay down other issues that we have, or not have to take more money, tax increase into the community. So again, qualifications, she's wonderful, fantastic. I agree. I just believe we need to get our financial house in order before we start to spend more money, whether it's in this fiscal year or carrying over to next fiscal year. So that's really all I have to say about it.
So you said it goes into the fund balance, right? That's the
Leftover money.
About how much money would that be over the course of that 6 months?
It's hard to answer that question, Mayor, without.
$20 an hour, 16 hours a week.
She's only working 16 and a half hours, right?
Mhm.
6 months, about $8,000.
Yeah.
How much?
About $8,000. It's in a 6-month period.
So we're getting a $20 an hour employee who would be paid in the real world $65,000 potentially, $40,000 to $65,000 for $8,000 over the course of 6 months. It's a pretty good deal.
Again, no, I don't think anyone's questioning their qualifications or that they would even be a benefit to the village. The question is, how do we pay for it? And I think so it goes, if we don't spend this money, it goes to the fund balance, right? And that's our reserves?
Potentially, depending on how all the other expenses for the fund go. If you spend more than you take in revenue, it does not then add to the fund balance. So there's a lot of factors involved. If your fund balance goes up, if your revenues outpace your expenses in any given year. If all of your expenses are more outpace your revenues, your fund balance goes down, and then it now doesn't go in. Even though there may be expenses left, it offsets. It minimizes the decrease.
But it has the potential to increase the fund balance, if all other things being equal.
Okay, and how much does the proposed budget increase the fund balance? Right, aren't we, I might be conflating things, but the fund balance is not the reserves we're trying to build up. Or it is?
No, fund balance is a balance sheet item.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a reserve. It's not a special reserves. Yeah.
And the planning office has already used their overtime budget, right?
Yes.
Are we going to need to do an interfund? Do we expect that we're going to need an interfund to cover transfer to cover more expenses in planning overtime budget?
There will be budget transfers necessary, yes. Not an interfund transfer, a budget transfer within the same fund.
Is there any way that we could quantify how much the intern would minimize
The overtime
more
need?
overtime need? Because if we can justify, if the hiring of the intern can minimize more overtime, I think we can get to a place where we'd be comfortable funding the intern. But I don't feel comfortable voting for that with a hope and a prayer and a maybe. Like, we got to know. And if we don't know that until the next work session, maybe that's when, trying to figure out dates.
The 8th.
Yeah, it's not ideal for this.
So you're suggesting that we can obtain the information we need to answer that question by work session, that we should vote on it then?
Well, I'm really just saying we don't know now.
Well, we don't have the data.
We meet next at work session.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You want to push it to April 8th and obtain the
If
data
we can
in the meantime?
figure out what I'm asking.
I mean, moving it to April 8th makes sense if we get the data that we need to make a coherent decision. You know, we don't want to make decisions in the dark. That's, you know,
I
so.
can support that. It's fine.
Just hope
What are
this
we talking
student doesn't
here?
take a
Yeah.
position in the meantime.
Yeah.
Mayor, might I suggest, I see that the treasurer might be able to provide that data by the time we get to the end of the resolution packet.
Sure,
Maybe
okay.
we just
Oh,
skip
okay,
six.
that's a good idea.
We
Skip it
just
for now.
we just skip the next two, this one and the next one, which I'm sure the same,
Be
Yeah.
the same questions.
same questions will arise.
Yes.
So skip 6 and 7, and to revisit, and then begin at number 8.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor.
Resolution number 8, 32526, resolution authorizing the attendance of Cindy Suarez, Dan Gross, and Parker Moore at the New York Planning Federation Conference in Cooperstown, New York, from April 19th, 2026 through April 21st, 2026, at a registration fee of $250 per person, and with lodging, travel, mileage, and meal expenses, all reimbursed per the official Village of Port Jefferson travel policy. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
This is already budgeted for, right?
Yes.
So
And
I,
just for my understanding, what line does that come out of? Would that be building and planning expenses?
It would come out of building and planning expenses, yes.
No training.
So I would have the same objection to this resolution. If we're going to the community saying 26.62%, and, you know, maybe we'll be able to get it down, it is budget malpractice to continue to spend until we get a locked-in budget that's not putting an additional burden on the community. This might be a valuable course, but we need to take, we cannot keep spending other people's money until we get this financial house in order. And I just think that, again, it's $1,000, but it's another $1,000. It's just, at some point, we have to say, let's put the brakes on stuff until we get our budget in order. So,
And the total cost of this would actually be more, right?
gonna be
Because they
more
have
than
to pay for
$1,000.
travel plus hotels.
Right.
It's about I think it's going to come out to about $900 per person, because we have hotel, we have the conference, we have mileage, and meals.
So we also could not pay for this and pay for the interns.
I like that.
So, I mean, I'm silent because I
It's
feel
tough.
like
Like,
I'm
we
just,
all- we
like,
want
may I,
them to
may I,
go.
may I,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I just feel like if the village is, the expectations of this village are to get services from people who are at the height of their professional skill level. And this conference offers amazing classes. I advocated for them to enroll in this when I saw the lineup. And they have been restricted from going in the past. And I just felt like they work so hard. They have, one of the employees has said that in past, it has made, it's where that employee has picked up a good majority of their knowledge in doing their job right now. And what's being offered now are technical and advanced programs to help them do their job even further better. And so if this village feels comfortable investing in employees that are actually taking in applications, reviewing them, and sitting with village residents and commercial district developers and business owners, they're being served by this investment better. They're being served better by this investment. And so that's why it's on this agenda. And I don't disregard the concerns about next year's budget. But again, it's really pound wise to invest in our employees so that as village residents, we benefit from that investment based on what their education and professional development opportunities are brought to
Mayor,
them.
I agree with you. Professional education is amazing, but people in this community are on fixed incomes and have to pay $4 a gallon for gas. So, and grocery prices are through the roof. So how do we justify to them?
This doesn't change
Pardon me.
Trustee
It-
Franco.
Because, yes, it does, because this money could then be reallocated back to help reduce next year's budget. So, Trustee Hill had a great idea. If you can't ask for everything, right? At some point, this body has to say no. So if Trustee Hill's idea to take this $2,700 in continuing education and utilize it for the interns, there has to be some give and take here. It can't just be, we're going to keep spending people's money and then ask them to give us more next year. We have to be much more financially prudent. And again, 26.62%, and then say, hey, we're going to send 3 people on a conference for $3,000. I don't want to walk around the community and tell people that. I want to say, hey, we stop some of this stuff because we want to bring that budget number down to a manageable number. And again, I've been in education my whole life. I'm an occupational therapist. I've taken continuing education. It's amazing, but we have to weigh the checks and balances here.
I can appreciate everybody's concern about the money. I've been to this conference a number of years ago. I think it's going to be money well spent. I appreciate what we're trying to do, how we're trying to save money, but I'm for this. I think this is imperative that, especially we have Dan and Parker who are fairly new to the village as well as fairly new to the whole planning. Cindy's been here for a while, but every time you go to a conference like this, you pick things up that can end up saving money and end up, being an asset for the village. I think it would be money well spent.
Roll call vote?
Yes. Yes. Trustee Franco?
No.
Trustee Ugrinsky?
Aye.
Trustee Giuliano?
Yes.
Trustee Hill?
No.
Mayor, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
That motion passes. Resolution number 932526. Resolution approving the attached resolution authorizing the Village of Port Jefferson to submit an application for the Suffolk County Downtown Revitalization Initiative Round 24 in the amount of $100,000 for the construction of ADA-compliant walkways with drainage along Mill Creek, specified beautification efforts, the replacement of the pedestrian bridge behind Village Hall, and the replacement of the bulkhead to support the creek walkways, and authorizing Mayor Shepro to execute all corresponding documents on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 10-32526. Resolution approving attached change orders number 1 and 2, submitted by Beauvais Industries, Inc. in the total amount of $7,923 for bond costs associated with the remediation and construction of the East Broadway retaining wall for the installation of topsoil and erosion control blankets and the seeding of disturbed areas beyond the East Broadway retaining wall. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Quick question, please. Is this additional cost associated with this project? Or does this fall within the budgeted amount of this project?
This falls within the budgeted amount of the project.
And so, it's 1 and 2. Can you tell me what 1 is and what 2 is, please? And why we are requesting them? I hate change orders.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with change order number 1. Change order number 1 is for $4,423. That is for the maintenance bond cost that the village required Beauvais to provide the village to protect the construction project, the public works project. It was not part of the original quote that
To ensure it,
to ensure it,
not protect it.
to ensure it.
Okay.
It was not part of the original quotation provided, so this is why it's a change order, because it would have been provided in the original quote had the village asked for it before we received it.
And how would it have the vendor funded that had it been included in the quote? How would the vendor,
It would have been
have funded
included in the
that?
cost.
they would have
The
passed the
origin-
cost along to
Yes.
us?
Yes.
Okay, that's different. That's how bonds through contractors are funded. It's included in the cost of the quote of the project.
Yes.
Okay, that helps.
And if it pleases the board, I'll read change order number 2, which states, "We hereby propose to supply all labor, equipment, and material required for the installation of topsoil, installation of erosion control blankets, and seed the disturbed areas beyond the East Broadway retaining wall for a lump sum of $3,500.00." And this was passed along to the village on recommendation from the village engineering firm, Hayduck Engineering.
Did we have a motion on that?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
believe I made the motion
Okay.
and trustee Hill
All in
seconded.
favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Resolution number 11-32526, resolution approving the event application submitted by Barbara Ransom on behalf of the Greater Port Jefferson Chamber of Commerce for the use and closure of a portion of Main Street and the use and closure of a portion of East Broadway for the annual Easter Parade, and also for the use of a portion of Harborfront Park for an egg hunt from 12 o'clock noon through 4 o'clock p.m. on April 4th, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 12-32526, resolution approving the event application submitted by Annalisa Poltoff on behalf of Save the Sound to host a volunteer coastal cleanup at Harborfront Park from 10:30 a.m. through 12 noon on April 18th, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 13-325.
With gratitude.
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry. That's okay. Excuse me. Resolution number 13-32526, resolution accepting the resignation of Danielle Condia as an administrative aide at the Port Jefferson Country Club, effective March 13th, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second, discussion. We lost a really good employee. She did a really nice job at the golf course. I wish her well.
Agree. This is with
Do we
regret.
all?
But she got a better offer at not a better place, but she's out working for the town of
She'll make
Southampton.
it better.
She
She'll make it better.
she spent 8 years supporting us, so.
Plus, yeah, plus,
yeah.
plus. So, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 14-32526, resolution ratifying the approval of the letter of engagement submitted by Anthony Ligotti on behalf of Maven Appraisals in the amount of $3,000 for the appraisal of specified indoor and outdoor areas at the Port Jefferson Country Club, and authorizing Mayor Shepherd to sign the letter of engagement on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion?
Okay.
This is coming out of Country Club?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I, this is.
Wait a minute.
No.
Why is that? This is because that's golf membership funds. It's coming out of the golf operations budget.
If the appraisal is for the,
Membership?
aspects that are for the operation of the country club, then the country club would pay for that appraisal.
Wait a minute, are you saying, so this is for the meadow appraisal and the basement at the catering hall, correct?
Not basement, level 1.
However you want to refer to it. Level 1 at the catering hall and the meadow project, that's what this appraisal is for?
There are, sorry? Yeah, it's serviceable area, absolutely, 100%. And it's in response to recommendations from, I guess, your discussion with the CCMAC.
Correct.
Right? And so the appraisal has to come out of, if we're going to do an appraisal to understand the value of that property, which everyone agrees to, I think, well, we'll know soon, but we've discussed it, and we know that if we are going to get that appraisal, it's going to cost this estimated $3,000. So
again, I asked the same question. Why is that coming out of the golf course budget when, let's say, for example, that appraisal, we're going to utilize that appraisal in contract negotiations?
I kind of think it should come out of the Lessings income from general fund.
I agree with you 100%.
Revenue.
Should
If
not
we
be
can-
coming out of the golf course.
Can we determine that?
You said, sorry, the locker room is also in the mix in this?
Mm-hmm.
I believe the whole first level, I don't
The whole first level appraisal.
Not the basement, Kyle.
Is the locker room used by the golf club? So
There's
it
a-
seems like it
there's-
needs to be some sort of split between the two.
There's a gymnasium down there, so it's a social membership. The tennis courts are coming into play, so there's some use of the area by the tennis membership. It's a multiple, and there's multiple, areas that'll use it. So
Multiple parties.
But
if we say we can piecemeal it out of different funds, can we do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So.
Are they gonna, I guess they'll appraise each piece? Can we figure out what each piece
Costs?
is appraised to and then split it that way? Would that even be appropriate? I'm just trying to figure out any other way how to split it.
Other than do it
yeah.
50/50.
It's going to be a challenge to try and do that because you've got members of the
So 50/50 is
tennis
fine? Okay.
and
I don't think that
golf
works.
and social membership that would be getting access to those areas.
But all that money's being dumped onto the golf membership. And they don't have anything to do with the Meadow. They don't have anything to do with the tennis office that potentially.
We're in agreement.
So I'm just saying.
Trustee Franco.
So, yeah.
She's agreeing with
All
you.
right.
Stop yelling at
Wants to do
Stephen.
what you're-
Oh, I agree. Oh, fantastic. I love it. I thought we were going backwards again.
No, no, no.
All right, thank God.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Did you just yell at Steve?
Yes. Everybody's yelling at Stephen.
Okay. Okay. Resolution number 15, 32526. Resolution approving the attached renewal quote in the amount of $804 from Island Tech Services, ITS, for the continued provision of firewall software at the Port Jefferson Country Club. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Money well spent.
Resolution number 16, 32526. Resolution to fund the purchase of seasonal plantings throughout the village at no net change to the general fund budget by authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget transfer number 48 as follows. Decrease expenses for line item A 7110410, parks supplies by $3,500. Decrease expenses for line item A 8510410, tree plantings and forestry expenses by $5,000, and increase expenses for line item A 8510400, community beautification by $8,500. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in
We just
favor?
discussed
Oh, sure.
thing. So this is for the, like flowers and the planters downtown. I'm gonna vote for this, but I would just say this would be an appropriate use for metered parking revenue, in my opinion. Goes to downtown, it beautifies downtown, helps make downtown Port Jeff a destination, which would hopefully help our businesses and, gets paid for by the people that have visited. I just want folks to think about that as we continue to figure out revenue sources. One of the things I really think we should consider is doing a,
Your mic's off.
oh, darn it. We should really consider amending the metered parking, not for this season, although we could get there, but for the following season to do a peak parking fee from what we just changed, but if we did $1.25 for Saturday and Sunday for the 2027 season, we could pick up more revenue for April and May at the back end of the next fiscal year to pay for things like this.
What I would love to see, just piggybacking off of what you said, is a revenue and expense and entire budget review of the parking fund as it comes in through the meters and how we use that money. So that, I agree with the spending of parking meter funds to beautify the commercial districts. And, but I think we've talked about this in passing, but I'd like to ask the treasurer, when he calms down a little bit, to actually look at that parking revenue and see if we can't analyze it and figure out how to strategically plan for expenditures. So, we have a motion. Should we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Resolution number 17, 32526. Resolution appointing Kevin Collins and Deborah Sommerfeld as chairpersons of election inspectors for the June 16th, 2026 village general election at an hourly wage rate of $20 per hour, and appointing the following as election inspectors for the June 16th, 2026 village general election at an hourly wage rate of $19 per hour. James Bell, Mary Grace Blackwood, Leslie Chesley, Wayne Chesley, alternate election inspector, Frank DiNicola, Jenny DiNicola, Catherine A. Duffy, Alan Ebert, Anna Maria Fisk, Carol Gavin, James P. Gray, Joan Nickinson, Thomas O'Neill, Lisa Poulos, Barbara Sabatino, Konstantin Shestakov, and Christine Van Riper. May I have a motion?
It's actually Lee's with an E, not Lisa.
Thank you.
You sure it's the same person? Because I know Lee's too.
Oh, and she is, and well, maybe not, because I know she works in the election board, but.
We'll verify it.
But you should double check that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you may be right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not the way it's written.
There's a lot of Pouloses out there.
That- there are.
It's written with an A on the list, so, from Suffolk County, so.
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Is there any way we cannot hire these inspectors and save some money?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, Mayor.
Do we have a motion on that?
We do, from Trustee
the motion.
Giuliano.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 18-32526, resolution approving the purchase agreement for Lightspeed gift card and credit book software at a cost of $50 per month, and authorizing Mayor Shepro or the mayor's designee to sign the agreement on behalf of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion first?
Sure.
What is this?
Lightspeed is the software. Oh, Trustee Ugrinsky,
Yeah,
this is your
so
thing.
Lightspeed is the software that the golf course pro shop uses to track memberships, to
Financial
track tee times, et cetera.
reconciliations.
But this is also a way to enable some of the things that we do during outings. So gift cards as prizes, et cetera, those are usually covered by, the outing costs. And this is,
He's convinced.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
All
Just, I'm just tired, so.
All in favor, that's okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 19-32526, resolution authorizing the use of general fund balance to fund unanticipated payroll, equipment, and contractual expenses related to snow removal during the months of January and February 2026 by authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 118 as follows. Increase revenue line item A, 8022, fund balance equity during year by $483,034. Increase expense line item A, 514213, snow removal overtime by $18,292. Increase expense line item A, 514214, snow removal double time by $22,407. Increase expense line item A, 51422, snow removal equipment by $1,945. And finally, increase expense line item A, 5142440, snow removal contractual by $440,390. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Discussion. Treasurer Gafka, can you break down the $440,390? Is that from which storm? Was it for sidewalk snow removal? What's the breakdown on that?
This encompasses believe it or not, 5 storms or snow events from December through February. Both the January and the February storm are approximately 200,000 each of this.
For the subcontractors?
Correct. For hauling of the snow, for sidewalk, for
Contractors,
parking,
not
yeah.
subcontractors.
The contractors.
Contractors.
Our- Yes, contractors, excuse me.
Subs for the village. Okay.
With any luck, this money will be reimbursed to the village due to the emergency, to the declaration of the state of emergency. If this all goes up to the state and comes down back to us through FEMA and Department of Homeland Security. So,
Similar to the August 18th
Right.
storms.
Yeah. okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Resolution number 20-32526, resolution approving the check register and warrants dated March 25th, 2026, as presented by Treasurer Gafka and as approved by Claims Auditor Goodwin. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Back to resolution number 6. on page 3, which is resolution hiring Arda Zaman as an intern in the Planning and Zoning Department at an hourly wage rate of $20 per hour effective March 26th, 2026. May I have a motion? Then we're gonna, yes. then we'll-
Okay.
Mhm. Trustee Grinsky, may I
That's
have a
you, Zena.
motion?
Oh, motion.
Second.
Thank you. Treasurer Gafka, do you have information for the board?
So I ran a payroll register for the last 3 months, and building and planning had 133 hours of overtime at an average rate of $66 an hour. So that totaled, in 6 pay periods, $8,800. Over the same time frame, with an intern, it would have cost the village $3,800.
So we save
Got it,
$5,000.
but does it,
And this would be 192 hours if the intern worked all 16 each week. So those hours could potentially reduce the 133 hours of overtime and reduce that cost.
okay, but what's the guarantee that there will be no more additional overtime?
I spoke to
That's
Dan before this meeting started, and I asked him specifically, is this going to eliminate your overtime? And his answer tentatively was no. It's going to offset some of it, but it's not going to eliminate it. So, again,
No, but that overtime elimination should completely offset the cost of the intern.
and again, so back to my original, until we get the budget in order, this is something we should defer for a month.
Well, if you talk to Dan, you know how much this would help make his job and the efficiencies that much more productive for our residents and the applicants that come before the planning board and the zoning board of appeals. He might still be in that office back. No, his meeting got his meeting got canceled. He had been planning to work tonight, and he worked the other night until 11 o'clock. I would like to see Dan's overtime be reduced just by bringing in someone who can take on the activities that he is doing, that can lend his expertise to the areas that are really for a more junior person. So I'm still advocating hard for this, and I think it would support the department. It would help the planning board, it would help the zoning board, and it would help the secretary to the planning board and the zoning board, not just our senior planner. So with
Is
that
it gonna
motion.
increase it doesn't increase this budget that we're in presently.
Do we do a roll call vote now?
I guess, can we at least get a directive to the department that they have to decrease their overtime hours by the same number of hours this intern is working? So at least we know that there's a cost benefit on that.
Well,
I would
That's fair
say,
enough,
according
Kyle.
to
I think that's fair
the,
enough.
extra overtime, I mean, because
Yeah.
if he's going to a planning board meeting, he has to go, she can't go to the planning board.
Right.
He has to go. But if he's working overtime because there's a
Because
lot
he's
of work.
working, yeah. So, yeah, it's fair.
So we can get that.
I
yeah,
wouldn't, I
well-
wouldn't do it
Yeah.
hours to hours. I would do it to cover the cost, right? So a reduction in overtime, his overtime costs, 1 hour of his cost is probably
It's 3
5 hours of hers.
Yeah, 3 to 4 hours of hers. So, listen, it's an exercise that's worth doing, especially if it'll gain the staff the support that they need to get more work done, and it'll help it'll help the staff and the boards themselves.
I just don't know how we justify increasing expenditures at this time, even if we have the money available, which theoretically we do, but we might not. How do we justify to the community we're gonna spend more money? I don't know, this is futile. We should just push this a month, get the budget straight, know what we're doing, and then do this. I don't understand why that is why that's so difficult. It doesn't make any sense to me. We just told the community in our budget presentation, the tentative budget, that we're raising their taxes 26.62%. And now we're gonna say, hey, we're hiring interns, but we can't guarantee we're gonna cut overtime, but it might theoretically, and everything is theoretical. So how about
You're
let's
using
get-
that word. We just told Trustee Hill that we would make that happen. And I think it's a good exercise for the employees to discipline themselves in that way.
I would also like the record to show that we did not tell anybody that we are raising taxes according to that percentage. We told them that we are collectively working on reducing that amount.
The
So
budget you put out said 26.62%.
tentative budget, which is
Okay,
now
so-
going to be reduced by
hold
us
on.
as a group.
But when the community, so listen, right now the
Listen,
budget is
we've had that
26.26%.
discussion. Can we move forward
You-
with this resolution, please? We understand, due respect, understand what you're saying.
Understood.
And let's take a vote. Do we want a roll call vote, or? Okay. Trustee Franco?
No.
Trustee Grinsky?
Aye.
Trustee Giuliano?
Aye.
Trustee Hill?
Aye.
Thank you, that motion passes. Resolution number 7-32526, resolution hiring Alexandra Weldon as an intern in the Treasury Department at an hourly wage rate of $20 per hour, effective March 31st, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Can we figure out the cost benefit
Yeah.
of this one too? Is there overtime that's going to be reduced by having this intern?
So there's 2 salaried employees in the Treasury Department, neither of whom have overtime. There's 1 employee that has some available overtime, so there isn't a quantifiable amount, unlike building and planning. However, I will say there are a number of things that I think would be extremely beneficial to the village. This Alexandra Weldon is a master's degree recipient from Binghamton University with a 3.9 GPA from Port Jefferson. She has passed 2 of her 4 CPA exams, and she's well on her way by the end of the summer to have them all. The plan is to financial forecasting, to do cash flow analysis, to look at the fund balance, to figure out how can we build our reserve funds responsibly, to assist with the enterprise aspect of the Country Club Fund, to really look at, how can we maximize revenue in accordance with what we heard from Kemper about trying to maximize that revenue and the EBITDA? EBITDA?
EBITDA. It's EBITDA.
There's just not enough time for the Treasury Department with all of the collective aspects of what we have to do some of these things responsively, to then be able to present to the board to make more informed decisions. We have an audit that we moved up for July. This can help with making sure that gets off without a hitch. She has accounts payable experience, she has auditing experience, accounts receivable experience. The collective average salary of the Treasury Department's $55 an hour. I think if we can offset some of that time, and have an intern, and there is money in my budget under Treasury expenses that been able to make sure it didn't spend for the purpose of potentially having this intern. I think it would be a real benefit to the village as a whole, not just the general fund, but also the Country Club Fund as well.
I would like to add one thing, and that is, you guys are probably tired of hearing me talk about the processes that we have gone through to get us here. The one next step that we are now positioned to do is to do a multi-year financial forecast so that something like this increase never happens again, right? This has been a long journey, but I would like to see her, and right now, the Treasury staff does not have the excess capacity to even start a project like that.
She'd be working 16.5 hours, I mean, the max 16.5 hours a week.
Her schedule is going to vary.
Yes,
Sometimes-
maximum. The
At
answer,
the- that's
answer
the
is
max.
yes, but
Yes.
please
The
do
answer
explain
is
her
yes.
varied schedule, but
Yeah.
maximum yes.
That's the maximum. Like, in all likelihood, she's going to be studying for her exams. There's going to be some times where she's well under that, sometimes she's at that. So it's not going to be a consistent 16 every week, and she has her limited availability until October. She cannot be an intern past October. So that would encompass
About 5 months.
about 5 months of the next budget. So
Should we take a vote?
So I guess just one more time.
Okay.
What's the cost benefit analysis of having the intern in the office? I understand they're helpful, but I do just think we have to have a way to at least justify it the way we did with the planning department.
I would argue it's more of a strategic versus a tactical question, right? When we're talking netting out the dollars, that's a tactical discussion. This is a more strategic discussion where we are finally at a place fiscally where we can try and map out what the next few years are going to look like. That to me is a strategic decision.
On top of that, I'll add that if this intern is working on the proprietary fund at the country club, a portion of her income could be funded potentially half and half, similar to how our salaries are funded proportionately by the country club, based on, although maybe they should be much higherly, if that's a word, maybe the country club should be paying more of our salaries because of the amount of time that we spend talking about it. But
Again, Stephen, if we hold off a month, because again, to me, it's budget malpractice for us to bring on more people and spend more money, even though you might have that money available. And now we're not cutting overtime to hire this person. Now, so again.
Sure would help to have somebody run the tennis membership program too.
Again, this is another opportunity for us to say fiscal responsibility. Yes, it would be great, it would be fantastic, but you know what? We have responsibilities to the community. We're not going to do this right now. We're going to wait a month, get our financial house in order first. And I know I keep saying the same thing, but that's what the community wants.
The tennis membership revenue and expenses. How helpful would it be to have a CPA or two-quarter CPA handling that, what do you call it? Profit, what do you call it? What's a balance sheet?
P&L, balance
Yeah.
sheet, cash flow.
Mhm.
We've never done a cash flow. We have to do one now.
yeah, I'm having somebody that's almost has their CPA license at $20 an hour to be able to do things like study inventory, study fund balance, study cash flow, potentially even help project future years' budgets between general fund and country club fund with that kind of analysis. I think it's so valuable to the village to have that, and the time just doesn't exist with 3 people in the Treasury Department to be able to get that done effectively. It's just
Okay.
that's all I can say.
All right. Should we vote on it? Should we roll call it again?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Trustee Franco.
No.
Trustee Ugrinsky.
Aye.
Trustee Giuliano.
Aye.
Trustee Hill.
No.
Mayor, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. That motion passes.
That's a yes.
That's a yes. Mm-hmm. That motion passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, we have resolution number 21, 32526, resolution to enter into executive session at 10:54 PM
Oh,
to
good job.
discuss a contract negotiation. May I have a motion?
Please don't hate me, but motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What if we don't?
Aye.
Aye.
We will not be coming back.